Alrighty, we have officially started.
Nice.
Hopefully that worked out. I have no idea. But yeah, this we should have some more people coming in later. So anybody who ends up watching, thanks for joining us. Um, we'll add some people as we go. There has been, well, I guess before I jump into things, I get ahead of myself. Why don't we just introduce ourselves? So, obviously, I am High Inquisitor Doman, as everyone probably knows if you've ever watched this channel. Um, Matt, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and plug whatever you want to
I
plug?
am Matt. I have my channel. My channel is Unbearable 73. Talk about standard fandom commentary. Plus, I do some wrestling reactions.
Cool, cool. Sage, who you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Unknown Sage. I don't really exist anywhere on the internet apart from here, apparently. So, yeah,
You're quite unknown, you might say.
one could say. Yes.
Maybe I should just make you a formal questioner and just add you into the loop and just make videos whenever you want. I actually have considered that as a concept of just being like, hey, if somebody wants to post something, just upload it as a questioners thing and just make a massive library of just content for people that won't ever do whatever they want.
Hmm.
It's an idea, but not everybody wants to do this like I do. I'm compulsed. Compulsed? Is that the word? No. Maybe. I have to talk. That's the word. I have to do it. It's too much bothersome stuff for me to not do it. But I might as well jump into things. So you guys have probably seen this stuff already since I post a ridiculous amount as of late in Discord, White Cloak's Discord. But it's starting to become a little unhealthy for me. But but in terms of content, you probably have heard about this, but I stumbled across this on Twitter, which obviously they would not be fond of me finding their Twitter stuff because Book Cloak's bad. Like, I guess we should be called Orange Book Cloak's bad just to make it make sense, I guess.
What?
But this little wonderful thing I've found. So somebody named Son of Battles is like, there truly is no hope for bloody book cloaks if they manage to exasperate even Sarah. I'm like, you can exasperate anyone. Like,
Also, who turned Sarah into a fucking saint?
you know who. The wheel on
Or
my
not. Okay, yeah, okay. It was a rhetorical question.
I'm gonna zippy dippy all the way to the top of this thing to see what the actual thread is. So this, I don't understand. Like, out of the blue.
Seriously, the
Yes,
question:
we're gonna
what
get
are
to
your
this.
thoughts on Ale maidens with long hair?
We'll get to that. 1 second. So I don't know who in Amazon thought that bringing in a relatively unsung showrunner would be like a good idea, let alone not check the homework, I guess. And then all of a sudden just pick a random person that's just a fan of Wheel of Time and be like, you should be our social marketing person. Like, okay. I don't know Sarah from Adam Eve or anybody. Like, I don't know her. She might be a sweetheart. I know her thought processes are way off the mark, but maybe she's a sweetheart on her own level. I don't know. But anyway, we'll jump into this. But unraveling the patterns, like, hey, good morning, Twitter of Time. What are your thoughts on Aiel maidens with long hair? And my first thought is, they don't exist. But it was one of those weird conundrums where it's like, I'm assuming that they're making this question due to the recent pictures we've had with the Aiel
But
castings with long hair.
But even if they did, let's say hypothetically, right? Like with all the other stuff going on, like asking the question, "What are your thoughts about a young maiden with long hair?" That's like asking the question, "What about Somalian warlords who wear blue jeans?" You know what I mean? How is like all the other stuff that's going wrong with this show? You know what I mean? All of it.
Well, it's the new exciting news stuff.
You know what it's going to save? Having Eelman long hair is going to save this show. We'll just all be entranced by supermodel AEL women with long hair. That's it.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find.
And you know what? They all have long red hair except for the one who's supposed to.
Well, that's the thing is that I'm not sure. Is it possible? Wow, I just totally spelled that wrong. Is it possible? I don't know. It just seems impossible, I guess. Let me pull this up if I can, because I'm all there and then some. Where did you go? There you are. So I'm gonna pull this down really quick if I can figure out what the heck I am doing. Okay. I'm gonna zoom in on this as well.
That's gotta be fake.
I'm totally prepared for this. So
it looks like some women's CGI faces were imposed on some sort of cheap fantasy bodies.
Oh no!
Are there different versions of this picture going around?
It's just really cruddy.
Because I swear I've seen this picture, but the people were looking slightly different.
Slightly different. This is how I've seen them already so far. No, I mean, there's what they actually look like.
No, they look like that.
Chiad here, because this is Bane, Chiad.
I'm pretty sure there are other versions of this same picture where they are looking in a different direction or something.
I've seen a couple shots from the show, like they were behind the scenes shots. I don't know how good a quality they are, but I just find this funny because she's like a natural black haired person. So seeing her with red hair, I'm just like, you couldn't have just cast somebody with red hair. Make it so much easier on you.
After what they did to Avienda, they're probably we gotta put a redhead in just to shut them up.
Well, she could almost pass as a redhead, or I mean, at the very least, dye their hair in a way that looks natural. This doesn't look natural. This looks way too light for what she usually would be. And then I don't know why you'd have dreads and a waist. It just seems strange.
This is a case of the actresses coming into the set with their own hairstyles and them just letting them go with it.
Pretty much. Well, I think because Bane and Chiad had very different hairstyles. Like, this is her natural hair, I believe, for Bane. Chiad, I don't know how long her hair is, but the picture I saw of her when she's just a picture of her as an actress was I think it was a little bit shorter or whatever. And then we'll get into Sarah's stuff on it and whatnot. But it's been quite the trail of fun. But these spears, for one, they're double the length of an ice spear and just the blade. It's way too long. I don't know what the actual length of it is from the haft, but the haft is supposed to be, a moderate length so they can use it to reach and stab, because it's supposed to be the spear is a sword length, but most of the blade of the sword is the spear haft, and then the head is long enough to puncture through somebody. And it's
there's
expected.
A Slavic sort of short-handed polearm that kind of look like I mean, it's not an exact match, but it's kind of what I envision an ideal spear as, which is kind of like a short sword on the end of a short polearm. So it's wieldy as both a tool and a weapon.
I would say it'd be more like Sting on a pole.
No, but I'm saying the closest real world thing to that is
the blade's not super long. I mean, you could really just say it's a pole arm with a certain length of blade that you just cut off the haft at some point.
Yeah,
I think the blades should be about a maximum half the length they are currently from the picture.
Yeah, the blades are supposed to be a little bit shorter. Now the thickness and stuff will vary. Blade size and
Did we lose him? He's frozen.
Oh,
are you guys getting me?
Oh,
yeah. You froze for a second, but now you're unfroze.
Of course, freaking internet driving me nuts. Anyway, sorry about that. I gotta figure out my internet again because it keeps breaking because they keep blowing up their own equipment. These blades, for one, that doesn't look like a metal shine. That looks like somebody took silver spray paint and went and did a very bad job of like doing the wear and tear kind of thing. Like cosplayers make better stuff than that. Hands
That looks
down.
like plastic.
It,
Yeah.
it could be plastic molding with like a paint on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't put but for one, why do they have a harness on their back to hold spears? Like, that's not where I carry their short spear. Like, they have their buckler, and then they carry 3 of their spears in their hand. And on the other hand, they have a spear because then if they stab somebody, they can't like pull it out in time. They just grab another
This
spear. And
is
stab
in
somebody
the
else.
buckler.
To be semi-realistic about it, no one's going to carry a weapon around at all times. There has to be some way to sheath it, back carry it, or whatever. Your hand strength will just break down after about 20 minutes if you do that. You know.
Well,
So-
I think we've already covered in the series that the Aiel are a little bit more
Yeah, they have
superhuman than
some,
most people in that regard. Like they
Even
can
if there's
outrun
so much
horses,
of
they
it,
have stamina.
like-
on a level
I mean, I'm
crazy.
not going to fault Jordan for not saying that you'll have some sort of sheath for their spears or whatever. I just assume that they have some sort of carrying mechanism, you know, so that when they're not
If
That does
it
make
was,
sense.
it'd be in the buckler, I'd imagine. I don't know how big there actually is because normally bucklers are like here to here. It's not a full sheet. So
Well, I kind of always, I mean, I never overthought it, but considering how short they were, I figured they just like had a belt mount for them and they could pull out them, you know. So when they could run with them, like because Aiel run all the time, so they could have it on the side. It wouldn't inhibit them. You know, at the back would inhibit them running because it'd be flopping and
belt-
bouncing against them.
a belt would be pretty flopping against them. Like running with the sword is very difficult. The long sword, and then you're not really running like power walking. Guess
No, but if you put your hand, like it's on the belt, but you lay your hand on it, it'll sit still, so to speak.
Oh, look at you.
It's controllable, is what I'm saying.
Sir, welcome to the party.
Yeah. Hey.
How you fellas doing?
Oh, we're just loving existence. at the
We're
moment.
pondering the mysteries of Aiel with long hair.
Oh,
And
well, when you get onto
where
the
exactly
weapons,
they hide their stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
bring me on with the weapons because I got something to say about those spearheads.
But just to close up our
Well, to get in line then.
just to close out, like I said, I'm not going to overthink how the Aiel in the books carry their weapon. It's just there's so much information in that if Jordan fell short on one tiny little detail, I'm not going to lose it over it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really fault it for that. Oh, where did it just disappear on you guys? There it is. What is up with my internet today? It's just crazy. But like in the books, from what I gathered from the Aiel is that the Aiel are always in like a relaxed like serpent mode where they're ready to strike whenever, but they're like kind of relaxed, almost like
Like
cat
land.
walking across the courtyard. Yeah, cat walking across the courtyard, where it's like you relax, you're not tense, so you're not really squeezing. And if you hold them at a certain angle, it makes sense that they could carry them in their hand for a long period of time without too much trouble, since they literally train and grow into that from a young age. So it makes sense that they could do it for a long period of time and it not really bother them. But if they're standing still, I'd imagine they'd dig them into the ground and they need to grab them because they need to be accessible to be like if you have your gun and you have the safety on, you can trigger unless you pull the safety off. So if the safety is very inconvenient or constantly gets stuck, you don't have it on.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a whole
one
thing
of the
with
reasons-
self-defense to figure.
One of the reasons why they have the multiple spears is because they throw them as well,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they throw the first 3, and
Well, I'd
you
imagine
gotta have rapid.
Well, I'd imagine that you could also, like, if you stabbed somebody and it gets stuck in them, you just grab another spear and keep going. Like, you don't stop for it. Like, I can imagine, obviously, the throwing, but having a couple extras on hand isn't a bad idea. Also, you can technically...
Yeah, but then they would need to be actually accessible in an easy way, which is not the case if they're on your back.
Well, that's why,
no,
like
I'm talking like if their hand, because if you have your buckler on your arm, that hand can hold them. And then that way you can just swap hands really quickly and keep stabbing, which is the quickest form I can think of. That's quicker than even drawing from a
That does
stabber.
make sense, but bucklers are usually held in your hands, if I'm not mistaken.
a buckler is a small shield that's like it's like this.
I've seen
Yeah, but
some
you
bucklers
hold
that
it.
you can strap to your
Yeah.
arm.
It's on your arm or your hand, but it's a tiny shield.
Well,
Oh, Gadfly might
the
know that.
buckler, the typical buckler that came about in the Renaissance era, is like a boss-held shield. So you're holding, your fist is encased in metal, and there's a flange around it. So you're holding it in your fist like that, as opposed to it being strapped. But you have small shields strapped, but the buckler itself, like the one she has on her hip, is a Renaissance era item that you're, because you have it attached to your fist. Then if I put my fist out in front of my camera, yeah, it's pretty much blocking my entire body from your perspective, right?
If you go to any of the HEMA channels like School of Gladiatoria or Shad, you'll see them demonstrate sword fighting where they have the buckler in one hand and the sword in the other. Yeah.
But I just want to show you guys something and see if you can tell the difference between this spearhead and those spearheads. Try to find one big difference.
It's shiny.
Yours, yours is not made of plastic.
There's that. There's a lot of differences, but this here is the socket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a.
It's got
they have arrowheads. Those are giant arrowheads.
Well,
they're slotted into the wood. Look at the way they did it. Like
those either have to be tanged into the wood.
Yeah.
Or if they're a socket, as soon as that spearhead hits something with any type of force, it's gonna snap.
So that's a 3D printed piece of plastic screwed into some sort of piece of pipe off the shelf.
I wouldn't even give them with their budget that they actually 3D printed that. They probably went to the toy store and bought those. It's cheaper. And we all know that they're doing this for their vacations to go visit some exotic places, not necessarily to do the show, because you don't have that much money per episode and then literally do what they did. It's just not possible.
If you watch enough of these fantasy shows, for example, and there's other genres do this too, there are whole companies that have literally warehouses full of this stuff that they just rent out to show and movie after show and movie, then reuse it. And so when you want to do like Wheel of Prime episode, it's going to be about, say, who are the sea people? The mariners. Yeah. So when you'll say, what do their costumes look like? Let's go rent some stuff from Bob's Medieval Costumes or whatever.
That's a pretty nice one.
Yeah.
So you notice how deep this socket is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they have shovels like that too. When you the old school shovel stuck the pole into it, it had to go in a good half foot just to even get.
I'm just gonna bring the other one back, right? Just for a second.
He's gonna whip out his entire.
Welcome to Gadfly's Medieval Armory.
I know, right?
So these are almost the same length.
Yeah.
Right, and you notice the one has a slightly longer socket. This one has a slightly longer socket. This one has a slightly longer blade. And this one is slightly longer overall. But half of the length on this one is the socket, and a solid third of the length on this one is a socket. And these are big spearheads. In terms of historicity, there are not many spearheads that are larger than this. There are, but not many.
Would the rounded one be more for if you shank it into somebody to quickly pull it out because it doesn't have that barb tip on the edge?
Well, it's different eras. This one you can see is actually really thick at the tip, and so this one has a lot of rigidity, a lot of force. So you can get a lot of penetration on hard things with this one. This one is much more what I would consider the ale spear, because they don't wear armor, right? And so the typical fighting that they would have to do, they wouldn't need anything to be particularly penetrative.
And weapons are made for your opponents. So in real world terms, the bigger one would be for heavier armed opponents in more formation, whereas the smaller would be for maybe smaller units with say lighter armor, like maybe peasants fighting or something, who might only have what do they call it again, Bisan, the cloth armor. Again,
Here's a good example of a heavy bladed knife as well. This is a sax design, so the blade is up here, the edge.
Huh.
And you notice this is an ahistorical design. It's a little larger than they would typically be, and normal sax wouldn't have really a guard or a pommel. But it's a good example of what a heavy bladed knife would be like. So if they show anything remotely similar to this, then they've done a good job on
I'm
that.
not seeing it. Well, you can kind of see on right here on. Let me see if I can zoom into it even further. Whoop. Right here on Bane, we can see the kind of a bit of the handle of I'm assuming a heavy bladed dagger, because they use heavy bladed daggers, not swords. Which to me, a heavy bladed dagger and a sword is the same exact thing, just one's longer than the other. But they're like, but one's a tool, one's a killing weapon. I'm like, both are killing optional, and both could technically be a tool if you wanted it to be. It's just how you use it. But okay, I'll stick with your reasoning.
The necessity of the situation determines which is which.
Yeah, I think Jordan was pulling on the fact that medieval people and before, when they had a dagger or a knife, they also used it to eat with, to fix their clothes with, as well as to fight. It was like the way we would carry like a pocket knife or something. They carried a dagger. You know?
Well, the sax was essentially a multi-tool, right?
Yeah.
The Saxons get their name from the sax. Theoretically, there's a lot of ambiguity about the specificness of that. Yeah. But yeah, it was a multi-tool. You can use it for just about anything. Similar to, like you could use it in place of a hatchet if you need to chop brush and stuff. The point you can use as an awl for leather work and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Different ways to use it.
I'm sure they used to trim their long hair too.
Yeah,
assuming they trimmed it.
Yeah.
Well, that was going back to when they entered into the conversation. You were talking about the hair. The thing that the maidens of the spear did with, like, the reason why they cut their hair was to visibly distinguish themselves from other ale women.
Well, also, I can think of a lot of reasons that kind of hair would be very bothersome when you're trying to throw up like your shufa and all your stuff. Like it would
practical
take up
reasons and all that.
A lot of heat up when.
But one of the things Robert Jordan continually points out throughout the series is that ale women who are not maidens of the spear have a very peculiar attachment to to a lot of those rules. There's the one story of the woman who had a carving knife in her hand when a young ale warrior pushed her out of the way, and so she claimed that she was touched in battle, right? But she was just a regular woman. She wasn't a maiden of the spear. So cutting the hair, it was a visible, distinctive separation of the maidens of the spear from the rest of the women in ale community.
I would also argue that when the clans go to war, like let's say they go over because layman's sin or something, having your hairstyle the same way with little rat tail on the back and everything, just like the guys, and when you have your veil up, your enemy's not going to know whether you're a guy or a girl. It's just going to be just like an extra show of force.
Well, I mean, that also depends on how, let's say, well built they are.
Plus, women's bodies move differently. I don't know if you back in my wrestling high school days, we did occasionally have to wrestle a girl, and they did move differently. You know what I mean? So it's not universal. You can say, that's clearly a woman in those clothes. But if you're like a battle-hardened warrior, when
you're facing them in mass, there's a distinct.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
When you have like, that's what I'm saying, is like when you have a group of them just come pouring over a hill, like when Matt fights Couladin and everything, and he's got his little troops going down the middle, and he's like, there's people watching us, and like, he goes and lets them know, and he tells them what to do, and then the Aiel just come plowing into him. You're not going to be able to distinguish one person from another while you're fighting for your life. It's not like, are you a woman?
That's actually one of the things that Matt and Rand, both of them do, when they are fighting the Shido. Both of them have moments in the story where they're like, think of that as a man. Don't think of the possibility of that being a woman, because both of them know that they could be women, but both of them have that Two Rivers sensibility.
Plus, Rand had the complex about it, all the women he killed, and
which is still a pretty small number if you think about it, compared to how many people are actually trying to kill him.
Yeah.
But I mean, like with the veiling, the shufas, and all that stuff would also help be like, I don't have to like think about if it's a guy or a girl. They're trying to kill me, I'm going to kill them instead of me because it's kill or be killed on the battlefield. So it probably helped them in a way that the Shido weren't expecting, but it does also cause kind of like a confusion thing, kind of like the behind the scenes for Return of the King when the Rohirrim show up on the Pelennor fields and stuff. Like they didn't have enough guys with beards to play the Rohirrim, so they got a bunch of women, put some like prosthetic beards on their faces, put them in armor, and from the big scale, like when they zoom out and you got 6,000 horsemen right there, you can't tell who's who except for obviously Eowyn.
Because they use real looking armor, and contrary to fantasy, real women's armor doesn't have breast shapes and hip shapes on it.
Well,
it does look a bit better though in the fantasy version.
Yeah.
But
If I
also
say so myself.
like, if you look at the cost of the Lord of the Rings films, and for them to make 10,000 Uruk-hai sets of armor, not to mention all the orcs, all the Gondorian, all the Rohirrim, all the Elvish, like all those different armor and weapons that they like crafted at Weta Workshop, which is why Weta Workshop, in my opinion, is like the best. But all those like practical props, and then the cost of how much the season costs. I'm like, you're planning on going 8 seasons? The value that you're going is like, we got eight episodes at like 15 million a piece. Like that's got to be somewhere worth having an entire array of armory for props.
So well, just for a quick reference, the Lord of the Rings Fellowship budget was $93 million.
Which is like one season of Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
Well, that was back then, though. I mean, inflation now, that's probably like 300 or 400 million, easy. In today's money.
Not 300 or 400, but it's definitely in the 100 million camp. But
that's my point, though, is that if one season costs you 15, what's 15 times 8? Somebody with math, quick brain.
15, 120.
100. That's 120 million per season, and they're doing allegedly 8 seasons. So
we're talking Wheel of Prime or Ring of Prime?
Wheel of Prime.
Okay.
That's 15 million an episode, which Game of Thrones was 10 million an episode. And look what they did with that. Granted, it was a little bit further back, but at inflation, it's still probably around the same amount. But they also had 1 million extras to make actual armies of, which was what I liked about Game of Thrones, was the actual, like, I get to see actual battles, like the Battle of the Bastard and stuff. It's like, these are real people.
Practical effects. Practical effects make things so much more believable. Even if practical effects aren't great, the interactions between the actor and the practical effect makes things seem more realistic than if they're reacting to a tennis ball on a pole.
Well, it's like if you have like, I don't know, thousands of people in a single battle in Game of Thrones, and then you go over to Wheel of Time, they're like, what's a big battle look like? 25 guys coming out of the woods screaming like a bunch of banshees and just and then getting blasted by magic. I'm like,
there were 25 of them?
That looks it. That's about
guys. Wait, what are these guys you speak of?
Like maybe 10 or so, but
well, all the guys,
5 homeless guys that they found, and half of them didn't show up.
Apparently, but it's like, you had how many Aes Sedai in that camp?
Oh God,
20. I'm like,
7?
You have like a 1 to no, they had a little bit more than 7. They sent at least 12, I thought, to Logain, didn't they?
Well, they would have.
No, I didn't see
if they did
in the book.
They have the 4 reds.
We had the 4 reds. You had 2 greens, Moraine, and then they had, I thought, a couple of each of the other Ajahs added as well. I could be wrong, but even then, if you had 7 Aes Sedai against 20 people, destroying them would be easy. Like literally the easiest thing on the planet. Like it wouldn't be any effort, no sweat off their backs, and not to mention the amount of warders they had. Like the warders alone would go wipe that. This is like,
Yeah.
What
They
are
had
you?
land,
What are you?
right?
This is your grand battle? Like, no. Now, then they did the whole Beastmen from 40k Warhammer as the Trollocs and Tarwin's Gap, and you're like, most of that's not practical effects. Most of that's CGI. Granted, the CGI is better than back in the olden days, but at the same time, you can tell it's CGI to the point where it's like wargs from Lord of the Rings had a little mixture of CGI with practical effects, so it made it feel more real.
Here's a very fine point. Just because CGI it can be done very technically well does not mean it's very done artistically well.
True.
No.
But
Yeah.
I mean, they had a massive budget for the. I mean, look at the main characters. They have a few main characters, and then they have a bunch of extras here and there. Like they have less main characters than Game of Thrones does.
I
They have.
don't remember particularly well all the details of the show, but I think most of the
That's why I
Emmonsfield 5 have one wardrobe, don't
Yep.
they?
Yeah,
Pretty much.
I
Yeah.
don't think they ever switch clothing.
Well, to be fair,
Yeah,
Rings
they-
of Prime did the same thing because Elrond and Celebrimbor go like a week's journey and arrive the same clothes. It's just like
Yeah, but they also just casually walk there without any supplies.
or horses. Why would you not take horses?
So I don't necessarily have a huge issue of them having the limited wardrobe because, like,
You're traveling. They're not exactly wealthy.
and
Makes
in the
sense.
books, most of them lose their stuff when they get to a
Slave
writ hall and get broken up, right?
Mhm.
But nonetheless, like that's just an example of all of them had one horrible outfit, just crap costuming, and
also-
that
And
was
they
that was
stayed
it.
pristine
all they had
most
for
of
the rest of
show, which is hilarious. I'm like, you would not have pristine clothing after this much traveling.
Well, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, like we're used to in the real world in the modern time, we all have at least one change of clothes every day plus extra. We bathe every day. Not that ancient people didn't bathe or want to be clean, but they were just used to being more scruffier and wearing clothes way longer for the
Well, their hygienic standards weren't quite to our level because our knowledge in the medical field's a little bit higher as well. So it's not like they're not going to be quite as picky about it as we would be, but they would still clean themselves.
well, point I'm getting is though, they
But
might have
even
had
then,
when traveling, they might have had 3 changes of clothing and then wear one, one's dirty, one's clean. And when they get to the river, wash the dirty one, switch to the clean one after you bathe, and keep cycling through that way. Whereas we're used to going to the hotel and doing laundry.
That's another point in the books, though, is Robert Jordan makes there are so many instances of people grooming themselves in the books.
Yeah.
they get
And
the barrel on
that's-
and have their bathtubs, and they love it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's another interesting thing. Remember, the Wheel of Time is technically science fiction, so they would have inherited our sense of wanting to be more hygienically sound, as you said.
Potentially,
I
mean,
understand that argument, and I disagree with it. But we can have
I'm
that.
not sure that
conversation at
would
another
carry
time.
over an apocalypse
The
situation.
breaking of the world might have changed a lot of things because supply lines and having pipes and stuff to deliver water aren't a thing anymore. So now you're having to do everything an old-fashioned way. It's like if right now we went from the modern era of electronics and all this cool internet stuff to just being like all of it's gone. You're gonna have to basically act like you're in ancient times.
I
hate
wonder
to be
how
a
many
little-
people would survive that, to be honest.
Very
Most people wouldn't
few.
survive that.
But if you go read about people who get stuck on desert islands, like when planes crash and whatever, they spend an inordinate amount of time like washing extra clothes, like more than you would think they would.
A massive amount of water to their disposal, and they got not much else to do. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, but they could be growing food and fishing and whatever, but they don't. They spend like it's a really weird thing. I like like when you read about what people are willing to do to survive versus what they think they have to do to survive and all that, and then you realize how much of our behavior is ingrained in us. Like let's say you were trapped on a desert island, like by yourself, right? And let's say you
Do
knew
we
how
have
to
any?
fish and stuff, so you weren't
Paradise.
in. Well, no, but you weren't gonna die from lack of food. You had to fish and get water.
Gamfly's gonna go
basically,
find a
right?
deserted island
So-
and just start his own kingdom there.
Of your ingrained behaviors, the stuff you've been taught since a little kid, if you didn't pay attention, you would instinctively be doing many of the same things that you don't need to do to survive, or that take
Well-
away from the actual survival things like getting extra fish and preserving it and whatever.
To put it into perspective, though, how many people on the planet know how to fish without a fishing rod?
Well, I learned that when I was a kid, but it's,
Well, some people did. A lot of people, specifically city folks, probably don't. And that's where the mass population is.
It
well,
also really depends a lot on where you live because there needs to be
Yeah.
water nearby. Right?
my grandfather was funny. He's a was a World War II veteran who lost like his knee and everything. So he had one kneecap, and he would take me fishing when I was a kid. And one of the places we would go was called Kilvan Call. Okay, it was a burnt out pier from where factories used to be. And he'd go, Matt, come out on the pier with me. He would hop to these pier tops like 40, 50 feet out in the river on one leg. Just do his disabled leg fishing, and it could come out. It's really easy. Just hop and pull the pole. And I'm like, Grandpa, you're crazy.
Well, and that's the thing, though, is that like, if you go into that situation, you don't have the materials, you don't have the knowledge or something. Like, what's something that pretty much everybody, specifically in like America and Europe, know how to do? Laundry. So washing
Yeah.
your clothes, it's a pretty standard
Yeah.
practice. Even if you don't have soap or something, you
Yeah.
still know how to at least roughly clean your clothes. But when you're like, okay, fishing, I know how to fish with a fishing pole. I know how to make, like, if I just had fishing wire, but if I don't have either of those things, you're like, go cut a rock and do like a shape of some form of a spearhead, tie some random vines onto a pole, and then make that a spearhead, and then going out there and try to stab it. Most people are not going to be able to know how to do that. Like, that's not a survival trait they teach in schools, which honestly they should.
Oh, you should.
But-
the amount of impractical stuff kids learn in school, like
It's
I'm all
mostly
for learning
useless.
science and literature, but like teach them how to
I don't know.
make a
That
fire.
physics stuff seems like a waste of time. So
But no, teach them how to make a fire too. You know, like basic stuff like that. So
I'm just picking on Sage because he's a physics
Yeah.
guy. Yeah.
But
yeah, it's
physics is pretty useful if you want to, build stuff. Probably.
well, it could be, but I mean, does physics help you in fishing?
It could, because if you know physics, you know that water has a certain diffraction thing. So the fish
It helps
don't
you with targeting, yeah.
sit where you actually see them. They're ever so slightly offset.
Yeah.
plus the engineering application of physics would one of the early things I learned from relative, not the physics involved, but I still would apply, is if you're really stuck without a fishing pole and you're a beach, you want to make tidal pools where when the tide comes in, there's a depression in the sand, and when it goes out, the fish in the water are trapped in there, so you can very easily get in that small,
And most people from like a city would not know that. And
Oh, I know
would
that,
not
you know.
do that. Which is, it's the sad part. Is like that would actually be fun to do, just like to try. Even if you're not trying
Yeah.
to catch them or eat them, just having that would be nice.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's a lot of knowledge that the breaking would not have transferred over because they
Yeah, yeah.
It was basically humanity switched. Like it wasn't like the breaking happened and then it turned into Fallout New Vegas or something like that. It was very much complete reset of everything, which would be
There's-
interesting because
there's also
pipelines or anything. Like something must have survived somewhere.
There's also the distinction between knowledge and experience, right? You can know the theory of how to do something,
Mhm.
but if you don't have the knowledge of the application of that theory, those are two very different things.
Yeah.
And they reinforce and help each other. But once again, I know the theory behind how to catch catfish with my hands. I know the theory.
Your experience
Actually
with it's
doing
not
it
that high.
is a lot different, yeah.
Well, another setting that deals with this, I don't know if you have Terry Brooks stuff with the Shannara books, but they're a post-apocalyptic setting as well. And early on in the setting, before they lost all the knowledge, the Druids of Paranor had them all write down what they remembered. So you would get little bits of ancient knowledge in certain, like the boiler in Paranor, which is an ancient like building level boiler, or that drew on a natural gas well, so to speak. And what is otherwise a fantasy setting, And I kind of looked at Wheel of Time that same way. You'd see little bits and pieces of lost stuff, like how they organize. Like, for example, I got the impression they actually know how to make concrete, which if you did, it's rare. You know, the Romans knew how to make concrete, but then they lost it for like over 1,000 years until some British guy re-engineered how to make it from Roman concrete. You know, so
And it's not the
really
same
sturdy.
concrete either.
Also, we now have, I think, figured out how the Romans actually made theirs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw an
Yeah.
article not too long ago, like a week or two ago, about somebody
See-
was like, "We've discovered Roman concrete," and I'm like, "What made it so durable?" I'm like, "Well, maybe not having like a million trucks drive over it every single day might help, but
Well,
No,
there was a
But also
component
it's,
to it
got
that,
some
that
limestone in
hardened
it.
and solidified and underwater, so it didn't erode with water as
And
easily as
there's
our-
something about one of the substances they use had a different. I can't remember. I was reading about that too, and it's something we don't do in modern concrete because we do it with a chemical additive. But one of the things you add in concrete's a pretty basic mixture. You should get in the right proportions. And one of the things the Romans would use had a higher proportion of some other mineral or whatever in it, and we
It's like
didn't. Something to do with that. I don't remember the whole detail.
calcification process or something like that.
Yeah.
whatever they did, it seemed to work."
Mhm.
But in the cultures, like we know that they have the Library of Kyrian. We know that Rand saw these books, and then he had, I can't remember his name. Is it Harold Finn or what his name was? The old guy who he had like in charge of the school he makes.
Mhm.
I can't remember his name. It starts with H. It's something Fenn. I'm blanking on the name at the moment.
The philosopher dude.
Yeah.
The guy he's basically in charge of all the projects Rand had because he was just like a genius. But
that was the lady, the philosopher dude, was the guy Rand spoke to about
the prophecies and stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
So it was the super practical lady that made the ballista. That was in charge.
Somebody made a horseless carriage, and we're like a car.
Yes.
It's like, oh, well,
I think it was a steam engine as well.
Yeah, it was steam powered. And it's like, this is a cool concept, and we could see a little bit of knowledge or history that they deciphered from ancient writings to get this, because we know that there were books that they had. Like the White Tower has a plethora of books that are old, but they also acknowledge that they lost so much knowledge over the years that in trying to do so, like in gaining all of it back, they only can scratch the surface, because despite having the books, they don't have the experience of the books, and they don't have an understanding of what the things mean necessarily. So it does throw in a little bit of a curve for them. Like, despite having access to the knowledge, they don't really understand how to use it. And that's why the school that Rand founds basically is a massive progression in what they had in the Age of Legends to where they're at now, and then trying to re-engineer that back to where they were little by little, and those were good steps. Granted, there were problems because they still had to, like, they'd get the steam engine train going, and then it would break down, and then they'd have to, like, oh, we got to fix this and go all of that type of stuff. So it wasn't perfect, but at least they made a step, and they're like, oh, we can do this. And it's like, oh, imagine doing this where you don't have to, have 18 horses pull all these wagon trains and stuff. Like, it would be so much easier to just have something just move it and not be tiring for anybody involved. So those are some snippets of like the ancient ways.
There's a double curve in there, though, if you think about it. Like, we were just talking about us in our real world losing older technology because of the way we evolved. Remember, the Age of Legends was right before that time, so they would have had super technology beyond what we have, plus the one power. So they might have already lost the older, simpler technology like we had, like in the annuals of their like depths and stuff. So
that's a good
post breaking, they have all these books, and one book might be about making a magnetically powered nuclear car, and the other one's about making a stove you can burn coal in.
They powered almost everything with the standing flows, right?
Something I don't remember all the details of it. But the point I'm getting at is they have no way to evaluate which one is more practical for them to pursue. You know what I mean? Plus, there's probably language barriers, and like if you're in the Age of Legends, you have flow powered magnetic nuclear cars or whatever, are you really going to make sure that the ancient book about the wood stove is translated properly? It's like,
I mean, if I was a scribe that was translating something, I literally be like, I have to do all of these books. I don't care what their use.
well, no, but yeah,
This is
there's
how I
probably
was.
some guy who did that. But I'm saying the world broke, so it's like then you,
Yeah, that
you
was
know,
gonna be lost, even if they had a library
Yeah.
full of just cooking recipes.
Yeah.
Only a quarter of a quarter of a quarter, or as they say, a remnant of a remnant would survive. So it's
Yeah.
like, but at least I am very firmly believe that they would at least know how to make a spear, unlike Wheelon Prime.
Well, they had to also rediscover swords, if I'm not
But
mistaken.
at least they knew how to make, like, I'm saying, like, if you went into the actual world of Randland and you went to a blacksmith and said, make me a sword or make me a spearhead, you would do obviously a better job, even in the most crude form, than anything the Wheel of Prime is doing with theirs.
You
Like,
remember that
Fair enough.
Samael and Damondred were sword masters.
Blade Masters, yeah.
Yeah, but they learned
Blade
that
Masters.
during the breaking.
They had prior knowledge that they kept in their brain over thousands of years, though.
Yeah, so there's the Age of Legends and the War with the Shadow, and then after that is the breaking. So in the Age of Legends and the War with the Shadow, they had
Still use swords,
sword on sword combat,
which is quite funny because it's like, I have a blaster, you have a sword, and it's not a laser sword.
it's a fire sword.
Which, I mean, at that point, I don't know if you guys have seen the videos of like Jedi who use like they can close their lightsaber in mid swing and they'd ready to open it up past the block and then they just like cut something in half.
Oh, we played the RPGs. We did that all the time. It was a feat. Like I use my lightsaber deactivation feat. Roll D20. It's like if you do it, you just cleave the guy in half.
Well, remember in Dune, the reason they have melee combat is because they have those
the whole shields.
Yeah. So like that's a sort of a sci-fi.
Well, not just the Holtzman shield, but if you shoot a Holtzman shield with a las gun, you make a multi-megaton nuclear explosion, and no one wants that. No,
that's like a guaranteed. I want to commit suicide. Boom.
Well, I mean, if you're really far away, maybe.
That's pretty far. Like we're talking like shooting from one continent to the other kind of thing, like we do nowadays with those electromagnetic railguns or whatever they got. They're like they're precision rifles or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, even in that situation, it's just like if you have the one power, you could turn that sword into a spear or a magic missile and just hit somebody. Why would you ever need guns? Like now, the mass population would need them, obviously.
Yes.
But it's a utopia as well, so why would you need guns? And I still hold firm to my point that utopias are the downfall of mankind. But that's just my philosophical position. But let's get back to the actual point of the video. Since
what about how you'll have long hair? Is that what we're talking about? What about you have long hair?
Long hair, I am.
And you actually weren't here, Gadfly, when we started this, but I don't know if you read these on Twitter. I posted them in the White Folks thing. Other people have already seen it on Twitter, but essentially they're asking about Aiel Maiden's long hair kind of thing, but that's not even like the main point of this post. So Sarah Nakamura goes, my thought process on questions like these, if I fought and lost, will this change impact the story? I'm like, first off, all changes impact the story. It's just to what level they impact the story. Is it a massive impaction? Is it going to be just like a pebble in a small or a massive ocean? Is it going to be a meteor on a small deserted island? Like what's the impact going to be? And she's like, well, if it's a no, I can usually deal with it. I'm like, but you shouldn't want to deal with changes. You should understand that they might be necessary, but you don't want to do them. You're like, how much can I keep in the story as opposed to pulling away? And she's like, well, if it's a yes, I keep fighting. Also, short wigs and I think she would say are much more, but she says, and much more difficult to make look good for folks who are highly active. I'm like, then just have them cut their hair. Like, this is not anything new for actors and actresses in the world. Like, most of these actresses aren't like massive actors. They're not like Henry Cavill or anything.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
Henry Cavill, you're gonna need one for Geralt because he can't grow his hair out,
These-
let alone have it be that
Well,
color.
actually, point of fact, he's a Ralph for another reason. Remember when they redid the Justice League movie and they had to use CGI on his mustache because he was under contract to have a mustache for the role he was playing at the time. So
Oh, yeah, they have the
CGI.
CGI it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
He's got a little green screen, little blip on his mustache.
And the funny thing, everyone said, "Wait a minute! If you look at the actual comic that's based on, Superman is scruffy with facial hair when he comes out." So they could.
Well, it's not like Superman doesn't grow facial hair, but
Yeah.
but it's just like a wig, a short wig. It's gonna be like any wig, but a short wig's easier to get your hands on than a long wig because a long wig requires a lot more hair, and short hair is easier to come by because people just shave their heads or whatever. It's like makes sense. So you're like, hey, it's hard to make look good. I'm like, aren't you working in Hollywood? Isn't your whole point and your whole job as an artist to make the makeup and the hair, face, everything look good? Like that's your job. I mean, that'd be like saying, well, man, we're making Lord of the Rings, but it's just really hard to make curly hair wigs for, midgets to play the stunt doubles or children, as well as also have them on, Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin. It's just too difficult. I'm like, why? We go to Hobbiton, we see everyone have the exact same kind of longer curly hair kind of perm thing from the 80s. It's not like this is too weird or too well beyond a reasonable expectation of a film. And again, if you're doing this for a 8-season period with 64 episodes, it would make sense that'd be like, this is an investment worth making. That way we can have at least a good quality armor, props, weaponry, whatever they got to make for the whole thing, and it's consistent. Because it's like, well, we can't show Camelin in the first season because we don't have it in the budget. I'm like, are you going to show it in the second season? Well, yeah. I'm like, well, then put it in the first season too, because it's the same place. Like, you're already going to be spending the money to make the place. Might as well show it in both series and keep the story at least somewhat continuity wise. But
if you can front end the cost, like the destruction of the Two Rivers set, and the fact that they're now rebuilding it, right? Like, why? Like, you front end the cost, right? That's same with pretty much any business. You front end the cost, and then as time goes by and as you go along, you make use of all those different assets, right? Like if I'm going to be a blacksmith, I have to buy an anvil, I have to buy a forge. I can't just buy a forge, then heat up the metal and wait until I make enough money to buy an anvil. Like,
to get the little pump thing and start pumping the fire up, and it's like, well, I can't afford that part, but I can do the rest of the blacksmithing. It's like, and we don't even really see much actual blacksmithing either. So
you mentioned the budget for Wheel of Prime before, right? And like, look at Ring of Prime. They spent money, and as bad as the rest of the show was, the background special effects works were beautiful. All the big scenes and stuff.
The best part, but it was always like those big landscape shots were the good stuff.
Yeah,
I could even tell then that it's like basically a landscape shot of like a natural, beautiful location.
Well, that's the point of, like,
it on.
I said, technically done very well, artistically not so well. But if you're going to
artistically really good, but the technical part wasn't that good.
Yeah. So Wheel of Prime, they had money they spent, like you were saying, a lot of money on this. Why not make at least the backgrounds look good?
Mm-hmm.
At the very least.
By the way, who wants to bet that they will use the Tavalon / Shadow Logoth set for Camelin?
They'd probably use it for every set. it's so bad how obvious it is. Mm-hmm. I was like, that's one thing I loved, and this is why my stance is they probably should have done a live action for this. They should have done an anime or something where they can easily do good art, because you don't want a cartoon for this. Cartoons would not do this justice, but an anime could be a really good medium for it to be able to explain everything. But we all want to see all the different architecturals from the different countries, the different cities. We don't want every city to have literally the same sets over and over again.
It also just makes sense, because to do it with
Do you think we will go to Carrion?
Kyrian, I believe, is in season 2.
Okay. I wonder
that
if we
was in
will
their
have
season 2
impossibly
trailer.
tall towers. Probably not. Right.
Well, those are technically no longer impossibly tall because they got destroyed in the Aiel War.
Fair enough, but they're rebuilding it.
They're in the process of rebuilding it. But they showed in the I have video that I did with the other questioners and Prophet, or not questioners, the White Cloaks, the White Cloaks and Prophet, where we did a season 2 trailer reaction of like the little itty behind the scenes shots, and they had a kind of like a town with castle like walls, but on the outside everything was made of wood, and we're like, oh, it's the Four Gate, so the Four Gate would imply that it's Kyrian. So I'm pretty sure Kyron's going to be in this. I don't think Caemlyn's going to be. Well, I guess if they do Caemlyn, it would make sense for Elaine's intro, but they could also just introduce Elaine in the White Tower.
Yeah, in the White Tower. That makes more sense.
That's probably where they're going to end up with it. So it's hard to know exactly what they're going to do. I don't know if they'll even get to tier by season 3, which is hilarious because you could easily write these scripts or like screenplays to make everything move a lot faster than what they're doing. And just
but then you'd have to follow the books, right? So and
that would make sense. But if we got 64 episodes to do 15 books worth of content, it makes more sense to cut stuff rather than add stuff. And if we all recall correctly, I don't know if you guys do, but Pepperidge Farm remembers when they're like, we don't have enough time to do the book story. So then they proceed to cut a whole bunch of book content and then put in a whole bunch of random stuff that has literally no purpose to anyone's storylines at all. Which kind of leads back into Sarah's comment here. She's like, oh, they get grimy, blah, blah, blah. Then somebody, Tame Mazrim, is like, a lot can be changed. Doesn't mean it needs to be. Amen. Season 1 was too flippant with the world Jordan created. True story. Hopefully the writers take it a bit more seriously this time around. We're like, I think all actual fans of Robert Jordan's works can agree with that. Now, I think we were having a discussion yesterday on White Cloak's Discord, basically saying not all fans are fans of Jordan's work. They're just fans of the fandom and being a group of fans of something to have like a social acceptable place they can go and do their stuff. They're not necessarily a fan of the content that was made, aka the books. And I can understand somebody not liking the audiobooks because for whatever really dumb reason, they don't like Michael Kramer and Kate Redding's voices, because I personally love them. But it does take get used to, but not liking that or the pronunciations or something is one.
Yeah, no, the pronunciations, that's my biggest problem with them.
They evolved the pronunciations throughout the series to kind of fit what's best, because they listen to the feedback of fans going, that's not the proper pronunciation, this is how you pronounce it. And then they're like, okay, so then they evolved. Like they went
I can still hear in my head them pronouncing it Gillidan.
Gildan, but I mean, even then, that didn't bother me at all. And I'm a stickler for grammar, I'm a stickler for pronunciation and all that stuff, but it didn't bother me because I understand that there's a ton of words in these books that are going to be really difficult to pronounce, let alone remember how to pronounce. I'm just impressed that they remembered the individual voices they did for the 2,000 characters they have to portray.
Yeah. Now, it's certainly a very good audiobook version. Well, the only downside is sometimes the pronunciation is a bit weird. Then again, everyone has their own pronunciation for things anyway.
It's patently obvious that the writers for Wheel of Prime are from the same mental school as the writers.
Prime. That's a terrible matchup I don't want to see ever.
Are from the same school as the writers from The Witcher, who just want to use the content to bootstrap their own writing and their own stories.
And their own activism.
Yep. Well, that's too. But I mean, when I found out ripping this stuff apart, you could almost ignore the woke stuff, like Wheel of Prime and Ring of Prime are objectively bad just based on the bad writing, ignoring the deviant canon, ignoring the woke, just on their own internal logic. You know what I mean? That's how bad it is with the writing.
The costumes are bad. The writing is bad. The technical aspects of it is bad. The directing is bad.
Yeah.
The acting
The
is
geography is horrible.
generally bad. The choreographed action sequences are bad.
Between both Ring and Wheel of Prime, I could think of not even 5 actors who are either trying or look like they'd be good actors with better writing.
Well, I can't blame the actors completely because sometimes it's the actors being told to act a certain way. So sometimes it's how they're directed to act versus what they're capable of acting. Like Henry Cavill acting as Geralt. Hi, Pips. He's saying hi to everybody. Geralt or Henry Cavill playing Geralt of Rivia, he knows how he wants to play Geralt, so he plays Geralt as Geralt. No one's really able to tell him how to play. You don't tell a AAA actor how to play something when you're not a AAA director, you're not a AAA showrunner. You're paying this guy like $1 million per episode as opposed to like a lot more than what he's worth. And he's like, I'll take a pay cut. I just want to play the character because it's a dream role. It's like, you don't do that. You don't tell them what to do. But if you have a whole bunch of nobodies from a whole bunch of nobody shows or nobody movies, like what they basically have the cast outside of maybe Lan and Moraine, pretty much everybody else is nobodies. We don't know who they are for the most part.
I agree. I don't blame the actors. What I'm saying is the writing is so bad, they're just mailing it in.
I like Pips is saying objectively bad in your opinion. Twitter zombie. Classic. But that's kind of like how they expect us to react versus what the way we actually react ironically is lined up a lot more than we give them credit for, because like they can predict how the book cloaks are going to act because they recognize how bad their own work is, and then they're like, we're going to make a lot of people very upset because we're not doing it the way they want us to do it. I'm like, well, you're not even doing it the way it should be done. You're doing it the way you want it to, which is a whole thing entirely. So,
well, you remember who's the YouTube guy who's Daniel something or other, who's a big Wheel Time fan?
Oh,
Daniel Green.
Yeah, I remember trying to when Wheel of Prime first came out, and I saw how bad it was. I was like, I can't be the only one. So I'm going around trying to find reviews of it, and I was watching his review of it, the first episode, and I could see on his face he knew it was bad. He wanted to say it, but I could see on his face he was conflicted with his left-wing wokeness. I could see playing out on his face as he spoke.
He knows his audience.
Yeah, and he could. I think he could see this is going to be the thing that breaks it all down, where half the audience goes woke or whatever, and half, well, not even half, but you can't marry the left wingness to the audience anymore because of what they did with this show,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where Shad tried to like the show.
Oh yeah.
But once after episode 4, he's just like, no. I tried to give it the benefit of the doubt in every possible way. No.
I think
he liked
Yeah, I
episode
had
4,
a similar approach to Shad.
I
think I stopped at episode 3.
No, you got to watch episode 5 and episode 8, because in episode 5, Shad almost has a stroke 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
And in episode 8, they literally get attacked by Mageddon on the set. A giant spider attacks them. An Australian giant spider attacks them on the set.
Oh yeah. And Oz is all scared. Yeah.
I mean, it was. My wife knows how much of a Wheel of Time nerd I am, so the opening statement by Moraine was enough to get me already screaming, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" And it's just it's the pathway to go to good writing, good production, whatever, and then they're just like, we're gonna just the other direction from the beginning, and I'm like, okay, please tell me it at least gets better than this. Another 10 seconds? You've got to be joking. My wife did not want to watch those shows with me because I was like, I'm gonna lose my mind, and I did. But yeah, so with Tame Masrum going on, being like, a lot has to be changed to fit the medium, which is understandable. As much as I would love a 1-to-1, I understand that it's not necessarily possible.
But at least keep some bits of the books, right?
But Dave, the perfect example of how to adapt a book is The Hunt for Red October.
Pips has some really funny stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Have you
Pips.
guys-
I think I lost a lot of my brain cells of that oxygenated blood thing. I'm pretty sure I became
Yeah,
asphyxiated pretty
we
quickly.
needed, we all needed full brain transplants after this.
I don't know. I probably have to reload my brain like people reload their ammunition. I went through it pretty fast.
Just press the reset button. It should do it.
Like
I wish that was the case. Just like all your brain cells come back and everything goes back. It's like, oh, okay, we're good.
Yeah.
They have developed a non-invasive lobotomy procedure.
it's called watching Rings of Prime. Like as you watch it, your brain just looks at your nose. You know?
Like the population of the planet has like, I'd rather have a lobotomy than I would watch the show.
Yeah.
I mean, Pips, I gotta say that's pretty impressive if your wife can watch Witcher Blood Origin but can't get through Wheel of Prime. Witcher Blood Origin's pretty bad. Arguably, I'd say is worse than both Witcher Season 1 and Wheel of Prime and Rings on Prime, just because it was an amalgamation mess. But
I haven't seen that, and I'm not planning on. So
don't. If you love
Yeah.
yourself, don't.
Well, to return to the point we were talking about, so have you guys read? You probably might have all seen Hunt for Red October. Have any of you read it?
I did a
that
long time ago.
doesn't sound familiar to me.
So it's a Tom Clancy book, and it turned into a really good movie. And and what they did was they cut chunks out of it, because like when they fought the submarine in the river, if you remember the book, because otherwise it would have been a 4-hour movie. So they found places where you can say, well, they didn't sail into the river and have the battle there. We'll just skip that one little battle and go to the next one, you know. Or the other scenes, they sort of merge a couple of characters and things like that to get it to a reasonable 2-hour plus movie from a very long but very great book. That's how you do an adaptation. That's one way anyway. Or you do what Peter Jackson did, and you kind of do a respectful. There are a lot of changes with his movies. Some I will quibble over, but quite a few. But I appreciate his work and enjoy them. The theatrical ones, at least.
I have a few Tom Clancy novels, and like Pip's saying, the Jack Ryan novels are great. I have pretty much all of the Jack Ryan novels, but my personal favorite was Rainbow Six. That's just
they're all great books. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is the point of the adaptation.
Well, I was just mentioning Tom Clancy to people who aren't familiar with them. Rainbow Six, the book by Tom Clancy, is what they tried to base the video games off of, with the whole tactical
I don't know
strategy
the video
template.
games.
They're fantastic. But so Sarah responds to Tame Mazrim is like, well, you say that as if it were only the writers responsible for making creative decisions. I'm like, well, the writers have to talk to whoever is in charge of the creative decisions. So what? And it's like a lot of people online have advice on how to adapt a show, but many of those same people have never adapted a show themselves. I'm like, well, it's not like Hollywood's just throwing out tens of thousands of dollars to pay a bunch of writers to work on shows. Like, no one's hiring me to write a show, and I'd probably do it 20 million times better than anybody that Amazon's got at the moment, besides like a few off shows like Reacher or anything like that, like The Terminalist.
Well, to be fair, that's not very difficult nowadays.
Well, I mean, it's the business of saying, well, never adapted a show, so you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm like, that's not how that works. Like, common sense will tell you that you could do something better than this. I've already written a 5-episode screenplay for the first season, and I still got to where I needed to be before that, and that left 3 episodes for them to do whatever the heck they wanted to do with it. They couldn't even do that. I'm like, yeesh. But then she says, I think if they did, there'd be less flippant comments. I'm like, these aren't flippant comments. These are just comparative to all the other good, well-written stuff. This is what we got, and that's how we know it's not that good written.
They're criticisms, right? But this particular comment reads like, it's not my fault. It's not my fault, right?
I shouldn't even say this, but she's saying, "Oh, I was just following orders," is what she's saying.
Well, that's the other thing is like going back to Sarah Nakamura. How did she get this job? What qualifications does she have for this job? As far as I can tell, she's like, well, all you book cloaks aren't qualified to do an adaptation. And it's like, neither are you. Like,
I'm looking Sarah Nakamura up right now.
I God rest your soul.
It had to have been a soul crushing job. I'm
It'd be a soul crushing
Probably.
job for anybody who actually cares about the fan, like the fan being fans of Jordan's work. If you didn't care about the work, you just wanted somewhere to go and have something to enjoy.
well,
So-
yeah.
She's a social media consultant, is what Pips is saying, not a lore expert. And I'm like, but why would you pick somebody that isn't a lore expert to do this when they could be like, I would at least be able to shield this? I don't know. I mean, I didn't say pissing off people and attacking them on Twitter is a good job, but I mean, unless that's actually what she was hired for. If that's what she's hired for, she's doing a great job. And like I said, I don't know her, so maybe she's really nice. Maybe she just didn't understand how her word's going to come across through text, because that's typically how the internet works. But
Yep.
like Tame Masrum's trying to give her the benefit of the doubt throughout this entire discussion. She's like, well, perhaps just plenty of other shows recently that have managed the balancing act better. The lack of character development and the changes in personality to main characters, Lan, for example, was just jarring and completely unnecessary. And it's like, he's got fair points. According to other shows we have, yes, hiring and firing Shippy wasn't great for Expired. It wasn't. It really wasn't. But the balancing act from Game of Thrones or any other show, like even if it's not fantasy, like just the balancing act between the content of whatever the source material was, all the way over to what you're trying to put into the actual show to keep people engaged with it, they did a way better job in other series. Reacher's a good one. It's not even fantasy, but they kept you engaged.
So
What?
her only other credit I could find is that Winter Dragon thing.
Oh no.
To be fair, it's better than the show.
True.
Yeah, Pips makes a good
Here,
point.
let me just lift my leg to get over this bar. Oh, there we go.
Because I got her on her Wheel of Time wiki page. She's a consultant for blah 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 Wheel of Time, and we all got that part.
Well, see, I see a consultant as like somebody you go to ask their opinion, because you're consulting them on what route you should or shouldn't take. Will this work out? Whatever. And if you don't consult them in that, then what's the point in having them?
So
Now, if
this
you're
is
a community manager, that's a different thing.
This is the best line of the whole thing. Nakamura was also credited for her involvement in the 2015 short Winter Dragon, which she was not aware of until someone informed her on Facebook.
Ouch.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. But then she comes back and she's like, Lan, what do you mean? That he had outward emotion? That he's not a stone? I mean,
But he is
What the
supposed
hell?
to be a stone.
how many times is he described as a stone in the book? I mean,
Oh
that's
God!
hundreds.
Let's listen to this. Listen to this. General overview. Nakamura has read the book series over 30 times. According to Judkins, he had yet to stump her with a question about the book series. Great qualifier to hire, right? Oh God. I've read Lord of the Rings 150 times. I would not put myself with Tom Shippey. You know, just because you read a book doesn't make you.
Well,
I
to
mean,
be fair, we don't exactly have the equivalent of Tolkien scholars for Jordan that we do for.
no. The point I'm getting is, you don't
Mike
say
Livingston,
like
no.
if I'm Rafe Judkins, which I would never be, but if I'm Rafe Judkins, I'd be like, wait, so you want this job as my consultant in the series? What did you qualify? Well, I read the book 30 times. Do you know how to do? What are your research qualities? Do you have a degree in research of any sort? You know, what other projects have you worked on to help on my multi-million-dollar project? What else? Oh, you worked on that Winter Dragon thing. You're on. I got you.
Well, it's like even things like, okay, you have the qualification of I've read it a lot. It's not even a good qualification, because you could have read it a lot and understood literally none of it. Like, I learn stuff every time I read it. I'm like, wow, this is something I didn't catch the first time, because it's a lot of words, it's a lot of pages, it takes a lot of time, and by the time you get through it, you've already started to forget things in the previous books that were small details that you have to like turn to the whole sunny Philadelphia thing, like conspiracy kind of thing, where it's just like all these things interconnect. And that's one of the things I love about Wheel of Time is there's so many small interconnecting pieces, but even Robert Jordan couldn't keep up with every little detail he had. So what do you think that somebody else is like, oh, somebody who's read it 30 times as opposed to actually reading the book series is going to be better than the guy who wrote the book series? Obviously not. But then you lose out on the knowledge of, we don't have good character development, we don't have plot development, we don't have any of the basic necessities for storytelling. because they're not trying to tell a story. Oh,
Of course not.
oops.
They're doing a lecture.
Real talk, though. Did you guys see her in the Jordan Con videos? I'm worried about her health. She looks unwell. Hope she gets better. I mean, I haven't gotten to watch that yet. I didn't know if anybody else was going to be doing a stream and I could just watch theirs or pop on and talk to them about it or whatever, but I haven't considered doing one yet.
Like if you were going to hire her just to be a reference point, I could see that. But to have her sitting with the writers, you got to know more than just where stuff is in the books to be the lore expert. You have to know more than just, that's on page 17. They said that. That's not enough. You have to know what Jordan meant by that.
Why is Lan a stoic? Because he's lost so many people dear to him. His entire nation is gone. Like everyone he loves is dead or has scattered across the four corners of the others. By the way,
That's that he's also
but also
being
you have to
for
understand
war his entire life.
Yeah. But that's the internal logic to the story. You also would want to know why did Jordan choose to make Lan a stoic for his role in it? Like, what was his story constructive reasoning for doing that? So when you're doing the adaptation, you have to cut things out. You look at Jordan's reasoning and say, okay, he had this sort of reasoning, and maybe we can't quite do Lan the way it did in the book, but let's use some of his reasoning to do a comparative version on the show. That's what your expert should be able to tell you.
From a character perspective, him being emotionally pretty much dead the entire season. I mean, there are moments he shows emotion, and pretty much every instance with Nynaeve, but it's like his emotion is guarded because of his experiences. He's lost so many people, so opening up to somebody just to get hurt because they get taken from him isn't going to be a reason for him to actively go out there and be unstoic. Like,
I'm talking about this Nakamura person's alleged expertise. That's what.
Yeah. But I'm saying, like, even I'm kind of giving an example of what you should ask somebody. Like, I've read the book 30 times. I'm like, okay, so explain to me his stoicism, and then go through this massive list of all the reasons that he is just stoic. And that's one aspect of his character.
Also, how that impacts the development of his character arc, and how that attribute affects the other characters as well, right? Because Lan's stoicism and his advice has a massive impact on Rand.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Rand has the mantra, duty's heavier than a mountain, death is lighter than a feather. He gets that from Lan.
And that's part of the story, the constructive based reason why Lan is like that, to be that influence on Rand.
Yeah,
but even then, we also see him, and this is probably something not everyone thinks about, but we also see him. He's this pillar amongst those around him. He's always be like, "We're gonna make it," and people just look to him. Even if like there's a whole bunch of soldiers around him and they're all getting like slaughtered, he's the beacon everyone's looking at, and because of that, he raises morale. He does a whole bunch of things because of who he is, his obviously position in the Borderlands, but also when we see him actually show emotion towards Nynaeve, like when they camp in the Eye of the World, and he's talking to Nynaeve in the ruins of the Seven Towers, inside of the ruins of the Seven Towers and stuff. It's like,
we mean the Seven Anthills?
The what?
How do you read the show? Anthills.
Anthills, yes, the anthills. The limestone anthills. But if you look at that, it's like, okay, he becomes emotionally vulnerable when he's around Nynaeve. So then it's all of a sudden it's like, okay, we now see that he has a weak spot that is obviously his personal enemies don't know about, but he has a weak spot. We see how when Nynaeve's in Altara at Ebu Dar, and he's with was it Morel or whatever, and Egwene comes up, is like, hey, I need you to go collect Nynaeve and protect her and everything. And he's like, I'm leaving now. Poof, just like he's a man on a mission. And it looks like he's almost completely forgotten his word with the shadow. He's just like, Nynaeve is my priority now. And he goes and literally saves her life. And it's like this stoicism gets transferred into this emotional connection he has with Nynaeve, which also changes the effects that Nynaeve has. Because if Nynaeve had died in Ebu Dar's water,
well, his stoicism also actually helps him get to that point because, spoilers, when Moraine is cast into or falls into the door of the Elfin. Is it the Elfin? Anyways, that realm, right? The warder bond is broken and transfers to Mirel, but that has a massive psychological impact on warders when the bond is broken. We see that later on with other warders who go crazy.
Well,
right?
it wasn't broken. She transferred it.
Well,
The way she described it. Anyway.
It transfers when it breaks, right? So it's a process thing. But the point being, Lan's stoicism and that aspect of his character gets him to survive that incident without being like, and there is the compulsion element to it as well, but he's not crazy berserk like other warders get, and that
was the part of the transfer as
part
opposed like the death of an Aes Sedai, which would cause you to go berserk. He doesn't have that aspect, so it doesn't make him go berserk. But because of his relationship with her and the fact that he's always felt her in the water bond, and then not having that, he just kind of like, well, one, I lost my friend of 20 some years, and I'm kind of lost at what I'm supposed to do because all I can do now is fight the shadow. But then there's also Nynaeve in the back of his mind, and then as soon as Nynaeve's like brought up by Egwene, and he's like, I'm on it, and he has that fire now. And then when he gets the Morel's bond rotated over to Nynaeve, then all of a sudden he's like a totally new person.
Yeah.
He's still that stoic, hard steel person, but he's not like he's emotionally vulnerable with Nynaeve. Like, he's passionate with her, but like, we know that he slept with women before, but he never got like, it was just a thing to do.
Well, Pips was right about that. And if you want to comment, Lan was reminded of his homeland by the fried chicken that Nynaeve was eating in that scene. So that was his motivation for falling in love with her in the show.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That does make perfect sense. Yeah,
that makes more sense than anything else in the show.
That's the
Who
show.
doesn't like some fried chicken, right?
But I mean, as long as it's boneless.
I can imagine Shorin riding to battle with a sword and a chicken wing.
I don't know. That sounds a lot like the Thor comic writer that came out, and he makes Thor black. Keep in mind, he's a white liberal as an author, artist person, but he makes Thor black and a couple other characters black in Norse mythology, and then one of the lines he actually uses with like Thor coming in, because like first off, Thor's got like the fade on the side of his, like chiseled on the side of his hair, and he's got
graffiti
like
hammer.
Graffiti hammer. It's like, it looks like the place is gonna turn into a ghetto, and he's just like, this sounds totally not racist at all. And then he even tops it off, and he goes, "Hot wings coming in hot," as like an actual line Thor says. It's like, what just happened? All right, see you, Pips.
Yeah, Pip is on her way to get some fried chicken.
Hot wings coming in hot. But like, if I was an executive, I'd be like, let's find the best person that's the most knowledgeable, so we look like less of fools if we release this and people are like, what is this nonsense? So you'd hire the best possible person. Obviously that wasn't Rafe, and obviously not Sarah Nakamura either. But I would be like, every person, like, I need a 10-page minimum like essay on each individual character, how they behave, everything about them, down to the last possible pebble of information. I need to know you fully understand this character well enough to actually write this character, because they don't do that. But then again, that's me. I have high standards.
Didn't they give Sanderson a producing credit for
They did, but all he could really do is say, I disagree with this, and Rafe could be like, okay, or I'm still going to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's,
well, I just mean,
he's
like,
not going to make waves anyway, because he wants to have his, was it Lightbringer series? Or no, was it Mistborn or Lightyear?
Well, I don't think...
He's trying to get one of them as like a TV show.
Probably
I think...
Stormlight Archive?
Stormlight Archive, yeah, that's one.
I think he wasn't making waves to saw how his crowdfunding went. Because once that went well, now he's been talkative about You know what I mean? Because he knows they can't hurt him anymore because he has like $100 million now. You know?
Yeah.
So,
He's kind of making his way to the J.K. Rowling era.
yeah.
You know, the point I'm getting or trying to get across though is that like they clearly came at this with the idea of presenting a veneer of authority. That's why they got Sanderson involved to have that writing credit, because they wanted to have this. They wanted to present themselves as being authoritative to the sources, because then they could say, well, we made these changes because they were better changes for the story, right? So they didn't care about actually telling the story. They just cared about having that air of legitimacy around it, because then that's when they can fall back and be like, oh well, no, you guys are just idiots for not agreeing with our greatness, right? That's how I.
Well, yeah, they think that these are actually good shows. Wheel of Prime, they think they're actually good shows.
I mean, I from an objectively like how things are produced and made, they're objectively not. But people are like, well, that's just your opinion. I'm like, no, like according to actual standards in those fields and those areas, they're not that good. And they could have been, but even if they made the props good and they made, proper like armies and they properly made the locations and everything, if the story writing is bad, it doesn't matter.
Well,
like it'll just be a fun medieval looking type show.
Any other context, right? Like if I'm grading an essay from a student and they don't have a thesis statement, they don't provide source references, they present their information in horribly inaccurate grammar. I can look at that and say, well, that's wrong, and I can fail the paper. The student then can't come to me and be like, well, that's just your opinion, man. Like, no, these are
that's still true nowadays, though. Right?
Yeah, in this sort of woke school they go through now, like do you see conversations where woke kids will be saying, well, 2 + 2 could be 5 sometimes. And the teachers and these woke teachers are like, yeah,
racist.
It's how do we say, it's a certain racist privilege, to have 2 + 2 = 4, or it's a social construct or whatever. And these kids grew up in that. These young writers now, or young consultants like Nakamura, where like there's no objective sort of version of events we could all talk about.
Everything is just a subjective interpretation of reality.
Well, I can tell you that's not how I do my teaching, but maybe that's why I'm not getting
the teaching in
actual
schools,
teaching jobs.
Approximately where do you teach?
I'm a TA at university doing my master's, and hopefully I'm getting.
But I mean, like U.S., Canada, what state in general?
Ontario in Canada. Central.
Is Ontario like way left, like other parts of Canada? How is it trending?
We have a conservative government, but
local government.
It's not really all that conservative.
Well, yeah, you guys are like, compared to the U.S., you guys are further to the left. I get that, but compared to Canada, you guys are more like
America's pretty hardcore left, even though we don't want it to be.
No,
Ontario is like the second most liberal place in Canada, the first being British Columbia.
Oh, really?
But primarily just because
Toronto and Quebec, or okay. I figured Quebec would be the worst because Quebec's terrible.
Quebec is terrible, but for different reasons.
Well, the French.
Yeah, French, exactly.
The French are always that way. But they're like, what was it? I think it was Chicago. They said like 86% or higher of their graduating students couldn't even do math, like basic math. I'm like, so what are you teaching them in school all day? Like, you're not teaching them anything they need to use. But I'm like, even these structures, like the structures of logic, the structures of arithmetic, the structures of history, the structures of all these things that we use, even the social sciences, the sciences, whatever. I wouldn't say all of them are usable in every area, because obviously like trigonometry is not exactly usable in a whole lot of areas outside of specific fields. Like if you're a general person, you learn trigonometry, you go out in the open world, you're not going to use it. Algebra you might use subconsciously. Like I use algebra all the time and I hate algebra, but I use it subconsciously because it's just that's how logic works. It functions in like this plus this equals this. So it makes sense to teach certain things, but the general education system is just like, we're going to dump so much stuff, but we're not going to give you like a home ec class where you can learn how to cook, you can learn how to take care of yourself, you can learn how to balance your checks,
taxes, and make budgets and all that.
Do your
stuff.
taxes, budgeting. They don't want to teach you budgeting because then you'll be good with your money. They don't want you to be good with your money because then you're successful, and then you can't be pushed to do things they need to do.
And this trend's been going a long time. Like I remember I was listening to Rush Limbaugh back in the 90s on the radio, right? And he used to take articles out of the newspaper and just read them and talk about them. And there was an article about a guy in Buffalo, New York, who wanted to build an aviation factory, which are high-paying jobs, right? And he said to the local high school, all you have to do is give me 100 kids a year who can do math and read at a high school level, and I could teach them how to do these good jobs. Because he wanted this to be 1,000 and thousands of every job. And the high school principal said, it's not our job teaching them how to read or do math.
Yeah.
So he canceled the factory there and went to the South. I mean, that's literally what happened.
Show question for the panel. Do you think the showrunners considered making Mashadar and Machinchin people shapes? Like a shadow person running around flailing its arms saying, I'm going to eat you. I don't think they ever did, no. I love the reading in the books. It was like, rip the flesh, tear the skin, eat the skin, lick the skin.
I think they might have been thinking about this, but then decided, no, that's too technically complicated for us.
I bet Sarah Nakamura with her 30 read-throughs
never
once thought that the book version was going to be like the way it was. Like she probably read the way it was written in the show as like that's how she read it in the books. And I'm like, I don't know how like telling the truth to somebody is exactly equals terrifying.
That's because it's not their truth, right?
Yeah, it's because they don't know what truth is at all.
Yeah, Steve, why are you denying her truth there, Steve? Why you're denying Sarah Nakamura's truth?
Here, like she didn't read it 30 times; she read 30 words. I'm like, both of you assume she read one word, but I mean, that she's claiming she read it 30 times, and I'm like, I can claim I've read it 30 times, but I've actually have because I read it all the flipping time, and unfortunately, it's literally hindered my entire literary group of books to read because I haven't read anything but Wheel of Time for like the last 10 years. Because it's every time I'm like, time to start it up again, and then I just keep going.
Reading the words, the same as comprehending them.
I think the one motion capture suit that Amazon Studios has wasn't available.
I know, like we have billions of dollars we're willing to just sink into this useless area of our website. We're not going to put any motion capture suits. We're not going to like fill our studios with any of the basic stuff you have.
People who are not in touch with reality, the truth is violence, right? So
if I could have controlled Sarah Nakamura for this pen for this Machinchin thing, I would have been like, Jordan totally in the book, Machinchin was a bunch of dwarves wearing black rags. You have to put that in the show.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's exactly how.
And he ran around with whistles, whistling at them in the book. That's what actually happened in the book because no one else read it. No one else read the book on it.
I mean, I like what Prophet's mentioning. Like, do you think they would dress up, put on Fane as Pennywise the Clown? I'm like, that would probably have improved his character quite a bit, but that would also be whiteface, so I doubt so. But also Tom playing a cello.
No, whiteface is okay. It's just the other direction.
No, because it's a black erasure because you're throwing a white face on a black.
That's a good point.
So, yeah. Tom scoring.
It's complicated.
I don't know. I kind of want to see Haskier from The Witcher versus Tom and Wheel on Prime because both of them are terrible. But yeah. So she's like, "What do you mean, Lan? He had outward emotion. He's not stone. How much character development do we see at the end of book 1 for any of the characters realistically?" Like, well, we saw Lan go from like, "I don't care about anyone or anything. I have a war against the shadow," to Nynaeve, "I cannot give you the love that I wish I could give you." It was like, he
I
would
hate
never
the
say
man
that
you
to people.
choose,
But I
but
will
love
you
him because
yeah.
he blah blah blah.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
remember
like,
the exact quote.
I know. It fizzled out of my brain at the same time you were saying. I was like, oh darn. But like, yeah. What kind of character development do you see? Like, dude, every single book has character development, whether it's small or large. There is character development because something happens and it alters how the characters relate to things. Yeah, Matt, mischievous robbery Matt, is all of a sudden the same after becoming, the dark shadow person he's trying to become with a dagger. You're like, totally the same person. No character development at all. Now, granted, they didn't give him a whole lot of scenes after the dagger, and then he pretty much just cut off from the show, so there's not a whole lot you could give him. But that's either A, because Barney Harris dipped and they just used what they had, or they didn't want to use him. And it's like, you didn't give the main characters any kind of screen time to which they could have any character development. So it doesn't matter what the books do. You couldn't do it with your own basic show. But then Tame Mazrim's like, so what I mean is, if he's going to wail and cry like that for a warder who knows that they could die at any time, how does he act when his Aes Sedai dies? That's when they're supposed to lose it. How do you top that? Another warder dying is just the cost of business. Which,
well, on top of all that, remember, Lan isn't a regular warder. He went through the downfall of his homeland where probably tens of thousands of people, if not more, died. That he carries the weight of.
Those who escaped taking him away, only like 4 of them survived out of like the 20. And then
that's the military.
One left, and it dies, or he dies in New Spring, and it's like that's his one true friend and companion and mentor. It's like he's seen so much death in a short time, and now he's 20 years with this one person, and then she goes missing, and then he doesn't know what to do with himself because his war with the shadow can't go on until later on. It's just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, the only death that should really affect him prior to Nynaeve would be Moraine's death.
I would say, Doll, I think she's doing it because she believes it. I don't think she's an actual fan of the series, of Robert Jordan's work. I think she's a fan of things she can make the series be what she wants to be. That's my opinion of it.
I agree. I think she's a fan of her interpretation of the work.
Yeah. It's like, however I can interpret my head canon, which everyone has a head canon of some shape or form, but you never make head canon actual canon, because actual canon applies to everyone. Head canon applies to the person who's seeing it or perceiving it.
Yeah.
You don't go across that way.
If you remember the last show we did with Gadfly, going back and forth about that, about head canon versus actual canon, and I was contending you can differentiate between the two and have both, and the whole fan fiction issue and all that. So she's basically, as we've said, so again, interpret her fan fiction of Wheel of Time for what she's, you know what I mean? She's not using, even what I said before, like she's not using what like Jordan notes on all this stuff to justify anything. She's using her interpretation of what she read to justify anything.
Well, like they'll see something that could have potentially a split meaning, dual meaning, or even more ways to like understand the context, and then literally will pick the one that they like over the one that is. And it's like, oh, I want it to be this way. So they'll pick that one and say, this is how it is. And they're like, that's not how it works. You can't just pick it and say, this is what I want it to be, because you're going to hit at some point where the context doesn't match somewhere else in the book, because the way you read it will stop right then and there. It'll be like, oh, they mean they like C and D options when they actually like A and B. And then when A and B comes up later on and they react to it in the way that they like A and B, but C and D get stopped because it's no longer the way it is, then it looks like bad writing. And it's like, well, it's not bad writing. It's just you misinterpreted what it was actually trying to say. But then Tame Mazrim's like, it was just completely out of character, especially at that point in time. He's supposed to be stoic. Look, I don't want to, crap on the entire show, just a lot of overlooked stuff as far as the characters go. And it's like, he's trying to be like, I'm not trying to criticize you guys with intent or with malice or anything like that. I'm just wondering why you guys made these decisions and why everything seems like a watered down light version of what it could have been and what it should have been. But
and kind of jumping to the next comment there, I have to say when Land did that bit in the show, I was laughing because I had in my head the image from Star Trek of what Klingons do when Klingons die. They're roaring to warn other Klingons. If you remember Star Trek, when a Klingon dies, another Klingon has to roar to warn the dead that the Klingons enter the afterlife. That was that would make because of that image in my head. I was laughing at Land during the funeral scene for the warders.
Yeah, I mean, unraveling the pattern doesn't give like a bad idea. He's trying to give an explanation for the scene, but I don't think the scene is accurate.
Or you say a prayer for your dead and move on, because there's always a next battle.
Well, it's like if you stopped to mourn every single person that dies on the battlefield next to you, you would never fight. You'd be crying the entire time. Like you can't do that. And even if you wait until after the battle, you wouldn't be able to move and march to the next location. You'd be stuck there for forever because there's thousands of people you'd have to be sad for.
You want the perfect on-screen description of how the warders should act? Does anyone ever see the movie The 13th Warrior?
It sounds familiar, but
it's a Michael Crichton book, and it's I'm not going to go all into it, but point is, there's a scene at the end called the Warrior's Prayer when the 13 dudes, 12 who are left, are about to face this massive horde of berserkers coming on this village they have to defend, and we can't obviously do the copywritten if I'll link it in the private comment in a second, but it's an incredible scene of these guys knowing they're probably going to die, just stepping up, singing this prayer to Odin and getting ready for battle. And that's how I see warders are. They just have this mentality where they're going to step up, and when they have to battle, they're going to do battle. And
well, it's like let's look at the comparison of like Lan in the show versus how the Aiel are in the books. The Aiel are heavily stoic. They'll sing a battle song, and they'll be like, "It was his time to go. If she dies, she dies." Like. That's the ultimate stoicism. It's like there's not even emotion in that at all. They're just like, that's just our cultural viewpoint on things is that when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. And it's like they don't sit and sob for it. They're just like, rest, brother, rest, sister, and then they move on. Like there was like the Shinarans have the whole may the lasting embrace of the mother. Yeah, this is like they say it and move on because they realize they can't stop to sob. They have to keep fighting. They have to keep going because it's their duty, and they have to just do it.
Just one note if you guys watch this clip later, I linked. This movie is based on a historical accuracy. There was actually a Muslim there in the Viking lands. That's historically accurate in this case, unlike other shows which are done horribly wrong.
Having one in Scandinavia is not that strange.
Well, do you remember the movie The Norseman?
Position is a bit different, probably.
Do you remember the movie The Norseman? Right? If you remember, they were traveling to the lands of the Rus. The Rus were people being converted to Islam by the Muslim advances through that area.
Well, Rus is an old Germanic word that means rower. And the Rus were originally a Scandinavian settlement. The Scandinavian Germanic people who settled in what is now Russia.
Yeah. So where he was traveling to,
weren't they more around the Kiev area?
Don't question.
I'm pretty sure
maybe I got my geography wrong, but it was they.
You had some in Novgorod and some in Kiev, right?
I mean, you're the European. You should know this.
Well, I think so.
I mean, we just had an entire private conversation about geography in Europe, remember?
Well, the point I'm getting at is where he was traveling to in the Norseman is the same place that Ahmad ibn Falnad, who is a historical figure, was being sent. He's a religious scholar to teach the people they were conquering the ways of Islam. And when he went to the land of the Rus, he wrote down and observed a Viking funeral with the sacrifice, some Viking war rituals and things like that. And eventually they found his writings. They were together in pieces referenced for centuries, but eventually in the 1920s they found almost a full version of his writings, his travel logs, and they got a very accurate description of those particular Scandinavian/Norse peoples from the actual time period, But that's not the point. That's why this is a great movie, and it's based on a Michael Crichton book. But this scene, the way these warriors step up into knowing and facing death and all that, is in a lot of ways, how I see the warriors. They have a sort of mentality about them where
it's like the Magnificent Seven and stuff.
Yeah, that's another Seven Samurai and the Magnificent Seven. They know what they're facing death, and they just put everything else away to do what they got to do.
Yeah, they know that death's incoming, but they have to do it despite knowing that they could leave and survive another day. But they know like the right thing to do is to do what we're doing. But I want to point out something, because unraveling the patterns, like perhaps you misread the scene. Lan was given the duty to mourn for the group, as in tradition in some cultures. Despite Lan's desire to keep his emotion aside, he fulfilled his duty as the assigned mourner. Duty is heavier than a mountain. He was perfectly in character. Now, here's the problem.
I don't recall that being a cultural practice of the White Tower.
The White Tower is not a cultural practice of them at all. Like when Aes Sedai die, they just like hush hush. It's very a political environment. It's not a culture. It's not a nation. It's a city-state, essentially run by a whole bunch of magician sorceresses. Like
Jordan
is the one place that is incredibly multicultural, because you have Aes Sedai and warders from all over the world, all over that continent coming there, right? So, but they all still retain their own cultural practices.
Yeah, Jordan was very specific about that. He was very like that. The only the common things they have to do are their unifying point. But otherwise, I mean, there could be two blue sisters who hate each other because they're from different cultures, and they'll go as long as it doesn't conflict with their roles or their duties.
One's Tyron, one's Ilian.
Well, you get what I'm saying, though. Jordan is very particular. Jordan's very particular that they maintain their cultural and personality differences. They didn't become communized, I guess you would say.
I think that Unraveling the Pattern has a point, but missed the point, because the point isn't that this is a tradition for some cultures, which it is, but the White Tower itself does not hold to a culture like that. They don't have a culture. It's not a culture-based city-state.
The other thing as well, it's just with that scene, there's nothing to tell the audience. There's nothing, like it's a case of zero telling and all showing. But when you do that, it's like people can interpret it whatever they want, and so you need a small amount where it's like, if that's the intent, then give up a line in there somewhere to indicate that.
Yeah, like I mean, imagine when the sisters were killed at the Battle of Logain's rescue or whatever, or the soldiers or whoever, and they bury all these people, and you're like, they're not doing that there. They did it for a single warder who committed suicide. Like, of all the places, you have a signed mourner in the middle of the forest, and then when you bury them shallowly, so all carrion eaters can come and dig them up and eat them. That makes sense. But
it's especially when you have people who have the one power who can dig like a 20-foot pit in like a second.
You have to remember that women are very weak in the Earth area. That's a men's area, and we can't promote that, because if we promoted that, then that would say men are better than women at something, and we can't do that.
Well, also, I mean, this is book knowledge, which apparently they don't have in the show, but meaning the backstory.
30 times she read this series, dude.
30 times. I cannot see Lan having very much respect for anyone who commits suicide rather than move forward. Because Lan could have killed himself. Responsibility
it's Lan's tagline is death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain.
Yeah.
But duty is what he escapes from when he commits suicide. So he would be like, you're running from your responsibilities. Why would I mourn for you?
Also, I don't think Lan's duty would fit with someone asks you to do something, so you must do it.
Lan feels no duty to the White Tower. Lan feels an obligation to Moraine.
Exactly. Correct.
Because they have experiences, which is why everyone hates on New Spring. I'm like, well, New Spring has some interesting lore in it and stuff. It doesn't bring a whole lot to obviously Rand's story and whatnot, and Matt and Perrin and all those characters. But it does give us behind the scenes more information that we don't have at the beginning of Eye of the World. And there's still a decent story there. It's not everyone's favorite. I get. I still read it because I like it, but
I mean, it's decent.
it's not probably on the same level as his other books in the series. But we get to learn that like Lan goes from this I'm a very stoic person to being, put together with this brand new 20-something Moraine who's literally fresh out of the tower.
Mm-hmm.
Knows nothing about the world because she was grown up as like royalty in Kyrian. She knows nothing about what's going on in the world. He's extremely world traveled because of all of his, survival travels and whatnot like that with his mentor and his friend. And then they get into an area where they have to rely upon each other, and then because of that, they become close. I mean, they always bring up things
ultimately,
like, remember how we met? And it's like,
yeah,
you got me wet. And it's like, it's funny, but at the same time, it shows like they didn't like each other when they first met. But by the end of that, they're like, we have a mutual goal, and that's the destruction of the shadow. But we also need to save the world at the same time.
And
a
developed respect for each other as well.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's stuff we don't see the development of that respect for each other outside of the New Spring because they already have that respect at the beginning of the Eye of the World.
Do you know that
ultimately
that
it's their war against the shadow that unites them?
Yeah.
So you know that one line in the book. If the Amirlan seat called, even Pedron Nile would walk to the White Tower. Lan is the one person I think who, if the Amirlan seat called, Lan would say, "Screw you, I don't give a damn."
Mm-hmm.
Well, Amerlin's like, Moraine said no. It's like he doesn't care because even though he's a warder, Tar Valon's not his home. He doesn't.
Exactly.
Him and Moraine don't have any attachment to the White Tower as a place, or even necessarily as an organization.
I don't think
we will use you guys, but we have our own crusade, and we're going to stick to this crusade.
Well, I don't think any of them view. A few of them view Tar Valon that way. But this could be almost its whole a separate show. Look at all the Reds want to gentle every man. Including the Dragon Reborn, the Greens want to turn him into the Ultimate Water. The Blues want to become his Obi-Wan, and so on and so forth. All of them have cross purposes what they want to do with the Dragon Reborn, right? But like, you would think in a sane world, everyone would say, for example, you really want to gentle the Dragon Reborn? Don't we have the Dark One guy to deal with, who we know exists?
Well, that's because they don't understand the prophecies themselves.
Well, that's the point I'm getting is all the Odgers have an entirely separate interpretation of the prophecy that they're all acting on, and no, there's no unity. Like Jordan depicted that on purpose. He's trying to depict them as a discordant organization acting by their purposes.
There's a character in the books whose main story arc is about solidifying unity within the tower.
Yeah,
and that's Egwene, right? Like, because all the Ajas consider themselves their Aja before being a part of the tower, right? And even then, they consider they're all still very individual. And so Egwene's story is
one of globalization. Yes.
Authoritarian one world
the new Egwene order. The new Egwene order.
But like that's a whole that's a whole aspect of one of the characters' stories. And so now you have this pre-established idea of like the tower was not a unified place under Siuan in the slightest.
It was fear and respect of Siuan being a strong leader that kept everyone kind of together and in place.
Well, it's strongly indicated
she's not one we want to have as an enemy, and then might have shown up.
It's strongly indicated by Jordan that how powerful you are with the power is how you are viewed by other people with the power, so to speak. That's the number one thing.
But if I remember correctly from the fandom
hierarchy,
the fandom page, they mentioned that because they had three Amerlins die in a short time period, like a very short time period,
they wanted to
the
go for a young
elected elected Swan just to get her up there, and she was powerful. But despite that, it was mostly like we want somebody that we can probably try to like play the string, similar to what Salladar Aes Sedai
And also,
do
I think
with
that was
Egwene.
the hope
They try to control her.
Also, I think there was the hope that because she was young, she would live longer and cause more stability for the tower, right?
I don't think age was the problem when you lose 3 Amerlins in like a year.
They were all older, but from character perspectives, you realize that the Black Aja had a lot to do with those.
Well, I'm just like, we all know that Aes Sedai live extended lives, not like quite as much as those who don't take the 3 oaths, but we know that they can still live to be pretty old. And I mean, look at Cadsuane, what are the 2 sisters? I'm blanking on their names.
Adelis and begins with a V.
Vandine and Adelis. Yeah, Adelise, I think is the name, but yeah. So Vandine and Adelise they went into retirement. They were that old. They were like, we're retired. They don't appear that old, but they are that old. And it's like, you don't worry about their age. And if you have 3 Aes Sedai die within the same time period, you'd be like, something's fishy. Like you think that something's fishy. So then you go over to, what do we not think is real? Well, the Black Aja aren't real because it would hurt our pride if they were. I'm like, dude, I'd be having a witch hunt for that. Like, I'd be like, something's going wrong. We need to figure this out. Of course, those are the people who die. But it's like, the entire concept is just ridiculous that they're so stubborn about the Black Aja doesn't exist that they would ignore obvious blatant signs.
Doesn't Romanda also come out of retirement to join Salladar?
Romanda does, and who's the other one? Who's her counterpart?
I don't think Lelaine came out of retirement.
She came from the tower, but she was one of the Hall, I believe, there.
Yeah.
And then they kind of joined up for that, but then they both wanted to have their own power. So ironically, them being in factions and not globally unified as the Salladar is what let Egwene rise to power, which is hilarious. It's like, you guys and your ignorance are the reason you guys aren't in power. But it is what it is. But all of those things to say is like, it just doesn't make sense that they couldn't figure out the basic stuff.
Yeah, so just all of this coming back to the point that the tower, Tar Valon, is not a unified single cultural organization.
You go there.
They don't even have a culture because it's just all the cultures of the places where the people come from.
Well, it's because it's the one melting pot place in Randland before the Shan show up. It's the one place everyone from everywhere goes from. There's people from all over. And it's like, that's cool, but because of that, there's too many cultures from too many places. There's no one unified culture. Like, America has cultures from everywhere, but despite having that, there's so many small individual cultures. But because how the country was founded, it has an overarching culture, but even that culture gets eroded by all these individual small cultures that people want to stick to because they want to remember their heritage, they want to remember where they're from or whatever, and that's great and dandy. Like, I'm Sicilian, I like Sicilian history, I like Sicilian stuff, but it's not something that like I necessarily let override me, but I don't really prescribe to any particular culture except the more Sicilian one of how family works is family, but it doesn't go beyond family very far. I can't expect an entire city of, I would assume, tens of thousands of people because of how many people trade there. Obviously, it might fluctuate and rotate, but you get the point. That's not one unified culture. And I think Unraveling the Pattern's missing that piece of the puzzle, because I'm sure if he had that extra piece of the puzzle, he might vary from that, because there's no way that you can come to that conclusion with all the puzzle pieces. But then obviously Sarah has to have her thing. She's like, oh, Lauren's correct, being Unraveling the Pattern. This was incredibly uncomfortable for Land. Like, Land doesn't get uncomfortable. That's not the thing Lan does. He doesn't care. He's apathetic to everyone else, essentially.
Well,
So why would he care?
this is proof she didn't comprehend the book. Because if this is incredibly uncomfortable for Lan, what was the fall of Mulcahy? You know, like if this is incredibly uncomfortable, what the hell was the fall of Mulcahy? Yeah,
yeah, Mulcahy falling was a very uncomfortable event, I would assume.
Yeah.
But despite that, he's not like, oh, I feel uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. Also, Lan was a baby when that happened, so he didn't actually experience it.
But he's raised knowing that his entire people were wiped out. So that's going to take some form of your growing up and development as a child to an adult.
It's not quite the same as actually experiencing.
But he didn't grow up being like, I have to have like an anniversary crying day for my people. Like, it's not how he acts. He acts in the form of solidified stoicism. So she's like, well, but he was asked to perform a sacred duty by bearing the burden of mourning for the rest of the people present. I'm like, they literally just picked a random culture out there, took their tradition of mourning, slapped it in here and said, that's how it's done. I'm like, that's not how it works. It doesn't work that way.
This is a crazy feminist thing. Okay. Well, do you ever notice when feminists write this sort of stuff with women, they all have these sort of like Wicca and not that Wicca itself, but like the feminist version of it. All these like rituals and communal gatherings and like multiple sob sessions.
They take ritual to the very extreme rather than it's just a thing you do on a basis. Like washing your clothes, taking a bath is a ritual, but it's not like a spiritual ritual of the dead passing on or something. They're still rituals. They just take the word, find its most extreme meaning, and then run with it.
Yeah.
But he's like, he's asked to perform a sacred duty by bearing the burden of the mourning for the rest of the people present. He embraced the discomfort for his friend. I'm like, I don't think his friend was discomfort. He was suicidal.
I didn't know Lan had friends.
And he carried,
That's one of the things about Lan.
Towards them, but he's not necessarily friends with them. I mean, he's a bit of a legend amongst the warders, so it's not like.
Well,
it might change
incredibly aloof from
after
them.
his,
He never comes to the White Tower. He never runs into other warders unless Moraine runs into another Aes Sedai.
All the other warders know that if Lan deems it part of his end goal of defeating the Shadow and revenge for Malkir, if he determines that he has to oppose the Tower, then he will kill all of those. Right? Like all the warders know that, and they're just.
Well, like even the warders when the tower splits and Hamar tries to, back Siwan and everything, and it's warders killing warders, and it's like they're like, but we're friends. We don't do that. Like they know this is a plot point in the book if they have read the book, and then if they know that's coming, then it's like we're going to either eliminate the entire split, which they won't do that because they want.
If only it wasn't for Gary.
They cheer for the Elida type character, so they're going to be like, oh yeah, Elida's going to take over and bring feminism and all that jazz, command the entire tower. It's like, but if you know it's coming, you're literally destroying the entire concept by saying, but warders are friends. They all care about each other. And it's like, then why would they be killing each other? They don't have that, like they have a camaraderie as in we serve the tower. They don't have a camaraderie as in like, oh, but if we go to war, I'm just not going to fight you. You can go fight them who are not warders, but we're not going to fight each other. No, that's not how that works. They're going to actually fight each other. Hamar was fighting for Siwan against the anti-Siwan group. So
and to add in, I mean, you guys remember the books more better than I do, but Moraine was basically missing for most of Rand's life, like while she was searching for lore and whatever. So, I mean,
years.
Yeah. So when she finally returned with Lan, my impression was most people who knew her were like, "Oh my God, you're still alive," Like
I don't even recall. Like she never returns to the tower. They just meet her up in Shinar. Like she never
and then she sort of vanishes halfway.
Yeah,
but I'm saying she was in parts unknown before she came to Two Rivers. It wasn't like she was just wandering around. I don't know, like every place else but Tar Valon. She was disappeared, and at best she was a rumor, And so the same would be true for Lan. Like, oh my God, Lan's still alive. For anyone who knew him,
Here's the thing as well. How much of Lan's training was in the tower?
Probably very little, if any.
I don't think.
Yeah,
any of it.
he came to the tower a full-fledged warrior.
I don't even
and
think he went to
order.
the tower.
No,
Because
like he
when
went to
Dude's
the tower.
he gets bonded. He's already a full-fledged warrior before she even meets
Yeah.
him.
Mhm.
Exactly.
And then from there, they travel trying to sniff out the Shadow's plans, foil them, as well as find the Dragon Reborn, so that he can wage war on the Shadow, which holds to both Moraine and Lan's duties and their goals.
There
So,
is maybe
so he
some
would not
argument to
have
be
had-
made that they did return to the tower at some point because Lan has to pick up his water cloak at some point, right?
It could have been delivered.
So
Fair enough.
so
Didn't know they had Amazon back
so
then.
there's only a few instances
The
of
eyes and ears of the
Lan
network can do
being
a lot of things.
at the
Mhm.
tower, right? Over a course of 18 years or so.
Also,
Or-
it could have been from another warder that passed. He could have just taken his
right?
cloak too.
Could be. Could be.
So Lan's connection to the warder institution is non-existent.
Yeah.
He was not trained with the other warders. There was none of that development that can happen, that camaraderie like you see with the younglings, right? Who they're training together, and so they
Mhm.
have that connection, and you
There's
can
a
see
camaraderie.
that would grow
Yeah.
up
And then they
to
fuck everything up by
Yeah.
killing the warders.
Gowan fucks everything up.
And that's just what he does. But like warders are unified in their camaraderie because of their connection with the tower, not necessarily by their location in the tower, but by like if you have several warders and Aes Sedai out and about, and the Aes Sedai come to have a chat, the warders will take up post to defend the Aes Sedai, but they're not necessarily good buddies. It's not like they
They're
go
not
out
gonna,
for drinks
have a
and stuff.
cup of tea and crumpets and have a social catch up and all that stuff.
You're not British, you're Canadian. But yeah, that's the thing. Is like they don't have that bond between warders that they would have with their Aes Sedai. And if it's something where you'd expect this strange camaraderie come out of literally nowhere and just be like, they're best friends. They know each other. They'll talk to each other, but they're like acquaintances. They don't have any special connection. So the entire thing of them being like, we're going to have this mass mourning ceremony. I'm like, you do not have a mourning ceremony for actual Aes Sedai. Why would soldiers aren't mourned except by those directly related to them, like their families. And that's like the White Tower Guard. If they go to war with White Cloaks or Aiel or whoever attacks the White Tower, or while they're out traveling or whatever, if anybody does that type of stuff, the only people mourning them is directly like their wives, their children, their parents, their relatives. Those are the only people mourning them. Like, oh, we lost one of our family. That's it. The Aes Sedai, the warders, they're not family. They're trying to make it seem like they are, but they're really not. But then she continues on with like, he embraced the discomfort for his friend and carried the mountain. I fought it at first. I'm sure you really fought hard as you cried into your Amazon dollars. It's like, then I started thinking about Lan and his relationship with Duty. Obviously not, because you completely skipped the entire part.
It's also misunderstanding what Lan's sense of duty is surrounds.
It's not
right?
duty to anything and everything he sees. It's duty specifically against his War of the Shadow and staying alive to particularly wield vengeance upon them. That's literally his
duty to Malkier specifically.
His duty to Malkier and his duty to Moraine. That's it. Because she's going to help him reach his goal, and he can help her reach her goal.
And then
by doing
later
so,
on, he adds to that the duty he feels to Rand. It's not as big as the other ones, but he does feel a duty to Rand, and the duty to Nynaeve.
Well, eventually Nynaeve comes into the picture, but at this point,
but I'm just saying,
he didn't have that duty. But yeah,
his selection of what he feels a duty and obligation towards is very narrow and very specific. It's very limited to what he extends his feelings of duty and obligation towards.
Even like his relationship with Nynaeve, people are like, well, that happened really fast in the first book, and it's like they were traveling with each other for months. I don't know if you date somebody, but
well, I mean,
like you get to know somebody pretty well after like a single day. You get kind of like a general rough draft of like this person is like this. They like these kind of things. You can understand that in a couple days. Like, they're with each other for days. They make campsites together. They spend time
24
together.
hours a day, 7 days a week.
Except we don't see
4
any of
weeks a
that,
month.
so the people who can't sort of extrapolate information likely won't realize that they actually were together.
Yeah, like they admired each other's skill. Like she admired his ability to track, to do these types of things. He admired her ability to track and to sneak up on him. Like these are things where he's like, "How did you do this?" Like when right after Shadar Logoth, or as the show says, Shadar Lurgirth.
Yeah.
But right after that point,
Shadar,
when Moraine and Lan are having a chat, Moraine can sense her coming by. Lan doesn't, and she sneaks up, and Moraine's like, "You might as well come out, Miss Salmira." And Lan like whips up and turns around, like, "What are you talking about?" Like he was completely caught off unawares, which one could argue is because of his frustration with losing everyone. But even despite losing a bunch of people and like being scattered, he doesn't typically lose himself. He's like, let's get to the plan, let's get the state, like let's get people where we can, help those we can, and get to our end goal. Like he's a very driven person to a particular path. But he even then gets caught off guard, and that's something he admires about her.
It's also her character and her nature, right? Like she is also like the Emmonsfield Five, all of them, essentially all of the main characters deal with this thematic concept of duty as part of their character arcs. Nynaeve feels a sense of
word despite not wanting to.
Yeah. So Nynaeve feels a sense of duty and obligation towards the younger Emmonsfielders, and is pursuing that duty with fierce tenacity. So Lan obviously sees that and respects and admires that, right? So it's more than just these
it's not a
physical attraction that they presented essentially as in the show.
They admire more, like obviously there's a massive age gap of like 20 some years between them because Lan's in his 40s and Nynaeve's in her mid 20s or something like that. It's like 25, 27 years old, and he's in his like 40s, almost to his 50s. He's got like gray in his hair from just age, stress, and whatever else comes, but he's literally like the silver fox, and he's in good shape. He hasn't let himself go. So physically attractive wise, they can be physically attracted to each other, but that's not the goal. Like when we see them talking in the ruins of the Seven Towers, it's not them saying, "Your eyes are pretty. Your muscles are really big." That's not what they're talking about. They're saying they're having an emotional personality basically competition with each other, saying like, "I want to give you what you need, but I can't." And then she's like, "But you can." And it's like, I just need you. And then like that's literally it. It's the most basic form of romance that's actual romance outside of the attractive aspect. Like attractive stuff is like very shallow surface level. They were already well deep into that. So you can imagine the campsite nights where they're sitting next to the fire making eyes at each other and just like glancing at each other every once in a while, and it builds into this, I know they like me, they know that I like them. We're going to eventually come together and have this conversation, which is what basically accumulates at the ruined towers of Malkier. And not only is it a big emotional step for Lan, it is for Nynaeve as well, because she didn't think she was going to fall in love with anybody because she never was attracted to anybody at this point. But it's also like, where is Lan at when he says these things? He's in literally the ruins of his home. That's a big psychological blow for you as well. It's like I want to, but I'm reminded by where I'm standing that I can't give you what you want because I have to go fight a war where I'm going to, probably not come back from. And it's that kind of a concept where it's like it's a lot deeper than people give it credit for, although it's not necessary to technically read the story or understand a character to some extent. But those extra pieces make it so much better in that regard, in my opinion. But later on, he emotionally becomes way more available, specifically and exclusively for Nynaeve. He doesn't like when Moraine disappears with the Aelfin and the Eelfin by going through the twisted door. He doesn't know that's what's involved, but he just sees Moraine tackle Lanfear into a gate, and he's like, no! That's literally the last. He's like my partner, my companion for 20 years. Non-sexual partner, I might add. For 20 years, just went through a door with a Forsaken and is presumed dead. Like, that's
Which
gotta
brings
hurt.
me to
And
a
even then he doesn't do
specific
it.
question, though.
Huh?
Why would the bonds switch upon Moraine going through the door?
I think
Because
she
I
switches it
assume
at the last moment because she knows when she's going to quote unquote die.
Okay. Fair enough.
Remember when she talks? I can remember if it's the Aelfin or the Eelfin. I always get the two mixed up. Whichever one's the front one where you ask questions, the ones on the back end where you get something. But she talks to them when she goes to the doorway in Tyr, finds out that this event's going to take place and when it's going to take place, and then from that event, she's just like, the last possible second, she's like, I already made the stuff with Morel. I'm just gonna pop it over at the last.
Okay, so it's
second
something
and then
you can
jump through.
just
As far as we know,
manually
like
switch
there's not a
or
whole lot on
something.
the trading of water bonds. Is
Mhm.
exactly like it's a very taboo thing to do. Like you don't do it. So like her transferring of land to Morel and eventually from Morel to Nynaeve is a taboo thing. You don't do that. You stick with it. It's like divorce. Like you're not supposed to get divorced from this person.
Mhm.
So when the divorce happens, it's like this is a shock, and people see it as like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that. So
Fair enough.
if she's aware, she knows. Like she's like, hey, Rand, come down to the docks. She knows what's going to happen. Like that entire thing, she's aware. So in knowing that, she can be like,
I suppose it also helps that she's been to Viridian, or however
Viridian.
you pronounce it.
Viridian.
I would say Viridian, yeah.
That's the simplest form to say it.
Yeah.
Even if it might be wrong.
Then again, I also pronounce Nynaeve's name as Ninave, because fuck Nynaeve has a pronunciation.
I just saw her ninny.
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it too. But it's become a point where I now have to pronounce things the correct way in public.
Yeah, get over yourself, Gadfly. Do it the right way. But it's actually one of those funny things because like with all the pronunciations and stuff, everyone has their own version when they read it, but the English language is freaking weird. Like I before E, except after C, and all these other occasions that it doesn't apply.
Well, I always said Nynaeve because Aesir, Aeisar, Aesir. So
yeah,
Nynaeve.
but it's AE, and in nowhere ever I would imagine you pronounce that as E.
It's a fantasy name though, which makes it even worse.
Technically,
it's not like Matt.
Not Silver Age Latin, but like there's 4 different Latin pronunciations where an AE can be pronounced like that, but it's not. It's the rarest one. Like Golden Age, it's I. Silver and Church, it's A. And this other one that the teacher mentioned back in Latin 3, the obscure one, it was E. So, I mean, I'm saying this is,
even that situation though, you can convert that to if we see someone from Korea or Southeast Asia or even just Asia, India or whatever, how it's spelled and how it's pronounced in the English version also kind of changes how the English will work with it.
Well, so
it's a very complicated thing, unfortunately. But
using English and Old English as an example, how do you pronounce SCIP?
Shipe.
It's in Old English. It's actually ship. When you see SC in Old English, it's the same as modern SH.
It comes from Latin. That derives from Latin. SCIPIO is Scipio Africanus Major.
No, that's Old English. The S, it's a Germanic, Old Germanic,
and it draws out of the Latin. It comes like from the Latin behind.
Well,
it.
in Latin, this C is always pronounced as a K, so it's Lucian.
No. Scipio Africanus Major is how you say his name.
Scipio.
Scipio.
Scipio Africanus.
Yeah. Scorpio is absolutely Sorpio.
It's really weird when you're learning Latin and you know there's 5 declensions and all the conjugations and you have to learn alternate pronunciations. Then they tell you about imperative voice, and then you're like, and then by then you want to murder your Latin teacher.
And then you get into the ablative case.
Yeah. Oh God.
And then you
Gadfly
still hear everyone
all-
pronounce Kaiser as Caesar in public.
Well, even this is like after all that knowledge that Gadfly has, he still doesn't say Nynaeve right.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see where she's continuing because she's like, I fought it at first, then I started thinking about Landon's relationship with duty. If asked to do a task and he accepts the responsibility, he will perform. She's already
He
presuming
would just
accept.
deny it. He says,
He
no,
would say
fuck
no.
that. I'll be
And then
fighting the shadow right now.
yeah,
Bye.
he's like, I have a shadow to destroy. But he's like, it will perform no matter what. Deleted and reposted, change honor to duty. Okay. But then somebody else, yellow fringe shawl, Janya, is that Yanya or Janya? Come on, you Latin people.
I would say
right
Janya, because otherwise, why
Janya,
use two
Janya.
different?
I would say
Because
Jane.
it's
Yeah.
some
Jane.
cultures.
Yeah.
But she's like, part one, people need to read about the funerary grief rituals outside of Europe, North America. But they're not based off of those areas.
Mhm.
Friends, relatives, and the bereaved immediate family, none of which apply in this scenario, who are often too shocked and busy with responsibilities to grieve
Right,
properly.
because
Correct.
I forgot that that the White Tower, of course, had non-European cultures specifically that exist right now at this point in time.
Well, you missed the Zulu branch of the Warders. You missed those in the book.
No, I thought that was the Aiel.
Well, I mean, like we
With
know,
their spear
we know
shields.
they have
right?
people from Aradamon, Terabon, Altara, Amadisia. They had people from everywhere. Very rarely from Amadisia, though, because obviously. But we had all these people from different places, different cultures, and none of them are shown to do this in any shape or form. Like the only funerary one we actually have in the entire series that I can recall is explicitly when Rand's presumed dead at the end of book 14. That's literally it. Memory of Light at the very end, they're like, we're gonna burn his body, kind of thing, and we're like,
yeah, now that you mention it,
only time I can think of having any type of a
I
funeral.
don't actually recall any either.
You have that, and you have
and it was more
little
ghosts like
tiny
anything
hints and stuff of other things. Like you have some hints of Xianchen or Shanchan.
else.
Shan-Chan,
It's
yeah.
Sean Chan with that Texan accent because
You have hints that they have their own unique funerary practices, right? Like they do the mourning for the death of the Empress stuff, right? And then you also have, as we mentioned before,
Yeah, but that is like very specifically for a.
Well, it's because Shan Chan is a small group of people show up, take control of an area while a bunch of people are squabbling, then start slowly creeping and taking over all those areas, and then forming them into a single united, quote unquote, nation. And all of the original Shan Chan's rules apply to all countries, and they all have to take care of their practices. They're not allowed to have their individual identities as what they were beforehand. It's you're part of Shan Chan. Everything else does not matter. And that's why they have the mourning of the Empress, because
But that is also not a ritual that you do for every random soldier that dies.
Yeah.
It's specifically for the Empress.
She is someone of great power and great what's the proper term? Substance for the nation. Prestige.
The Emperor or Empress of Shanchan is literally the physical embodiment of Shanchan.
Yeah.
Right? Like
very, very Chinese imperial mentality.
Which I mean, like if they wanted to do an Asian funerary custom, like that would be the place to do it.
Yeah, and it's just like even in that instance, we don't see we don't see what happens. We don't get to see the Empress being mourned for per se. We just see somebody throwing like Tuan shaves her head, puts her little thingy on, and then that's it. Like that's their mourning, but that's a grief process, which is common for people in that regard. But she doesn't do it because she's sad that her mom's dead. She does it because she's expected to do it because of the entirety of everything they do. So it's like it doesn't make any sense even in that regard. So I mean, it kind of beats off the main path into this wild forest of, I don't know where you guys got this from, but it wasn't from the books. You're presuming things, you're creating cultural practices that exist and putting them into this series.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like we can talk about the cultures that were the basis, like the real world cultures that were the basis of the cultures in Robert Jordan's work, but primarily we talk about those cultures as their own culture because they're just based off of modern culture, or not even modern cultures, based off of real world cultures. But that's just the ground level that Robert Jordan then layered his own stuff onto, right? Like, so whenever there's this imposition of real world modern cultures onto these fantasy universes,
and like the Polynesian tears people,
it's like they're degrading
Polynesian
and
tyrants,
devaluing the creation of the author, because these are distinct cultures. Like if you took Altara and you took Altarans and put them into modern day Europe, you could see the similarities with certain other European countries, but it would be a distinct culture all of its own, right?
Well, how about this? I don't know how many of you are authors or know authors personally, but have you ever found an author to be okay with people changing their work flippantly?
No.
I can't think of one.
There are authors who make shared universes. I mean, Lovecraft was big on that, for example.
Well, I'm saying for your own, like your own original works. Like you make a series, like Robert Jordan or Tolkien or whatever. Tolkien hated people touching his stuff.
Oh yeah,
Robert Jordan hated people touching his stuff.
Martin hates people touching his stuff.
Well, they're very protective because it's their legacy. It's their work, and they put pride into it, and that's why they make it.
Yeah.
So imagine if Robert Jordan was alive right now, as Harriet seems to think, he'd be completely fine with everything being changed.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
Bloody no way, Flaming won't. Like, there's no way, because he knows why he put what he put in, and even if there's some things he didn't add because he either forgot about them or whatever, he knows ultimately if it's brought up, he could tell you exactly what he would want in it, and it's not this. This is not a big thing because there's so much death in this series. It'd be like books and books of just the funeral processions and stuff. Like people would be in grief 90% of the time. Like you'd never be able to get away with it because people just die left and right. And then by the end, it's like what, millions of people die in the last battle? Like it's ridiculous how many people, the volume of people. You would go the rest of your life mourning if that was the case. Like you couldn't do that.
Or
so
if you do all of them simultaneously.
One mass funeral for everyone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mass graves, baby. That's how we do things.
And Land could be the official mourner.
I know,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Presuming he's not dead, obviously. But in this case, like, you know, the immediate family often wail, beat their chest.
That would be a
before
change that I could see them making. Land dying.
Yeah. This helps the bereaved to express their grief and process their emotions rather than locking it all down. Why are you assuming locking it all down is a bad thing? Oh, because she's not a stoic male.
Well, it's even then, right? Like with stoicism, it's not about locking down and never displaying emotion. It's about appropriate displays of emotion in appropriate places and appropriate times. When you have
it's
shit
about
to do,
being in control of your emotions instead of letting your emotions control you.
But here's the thing: is that they'll take what you just said, Gadfly, and which is correct, but they'll take what you said and say, well, this is the perfect place, the perfect time, and the perfect reason to do it.
Well, it's
not
because they have shit to do.
I have a world to save. I can't cry for a guy who commits suicide. Come on. But then he's like, well, some cultures often employ professional mourners. I wouldn't call Lan a professional mourner. That's not. He's a professional killer. He's not a professional mourner. He's like, well, it is a cathartic exercise done to help another, and it has no bearing on how quote unquote strong the mourner is. I'm like, it's not cathartic for Lan. Cathartic for Lan is cleaving Shrolix, killing Fades, destroying Jakar, blowing up anything that's touching the shadow. That's cathartic for him. So I don't know what the point of this would be. But then Jess from the Amerlin study, people still have this idea that because Lan doesn't often show emotion, that he doesn't feel emotion. I'm like, well, we know he feels emotion. We know he feels it against the shadow as anger, towards Nynaeve as love. We know he feels emotion. He just doesn't wear it on his sleeve or on his face because he's literally described countless times as like a stone.
What was the whole point of Lan taking Rand under his wing in the beginning of the Great Hunt, right, and telling him to do all these different things? Because Lan felt an affection towards Rand, right? And so he's like, I'm gonna make you as impressive as I possibly can in this short amount of time, and I'm gonna make them talk about it because they're playing with your life, and I
don't like people doing that.
Yeah, and
like,
so
he's not a fan of Aes Sedai.
So his displays of emotion are in his actions, not his behaviors.
Well, like his thought process on Aes Sedai is that of his thought process on a king who just flippantly says, "Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make." Like he doesn't think like his views on leadership and whatnot is like, you have to be in the battle. You have to be doing these things. You can't just throw people's lives away. So the Aes Sedai manipulate people to do that specifically. Now, he sees how Moraine does it, but she's also not manipulative in the same way that most Aes Sedai would be. Her goal is literally, like, her manipulation is all based around her end game. Her end game is to find the Dragon Reborn, prepare the Dragon Reborn for the last battle, all costs. Full stop.
Win the last battle.
Also, Moraine is pretty much in the front lines all the time.
She's always out in the nitty gritty of it. Like she's fighting, throwing fireballs at Trollocs as they're being chased into Shadar Lurgurth. So it's like she's someone he can admire because she doesn't just sit back, manipulate people from a throne and say, "Yeah, you guys go die for me." She's like out there doing it with them. But he also realizes that her role is more of an advisor to the dragon, which both Moraine and Lan are aware they need him to succeed. Which you could argue that Lan not only dislikes the Aes Sedai manipulation or the treatment of the men in that regard by the Aes Sedai, but also not only does he want him to succeed in that regard, but he also wants him to succeed because his war on the shadow will succeed as well. Probably not as high on the list because I think he actually had true affection for Rand. But that could also be a motivation for him. Is like, if you win, we all win. Simple as that. Like it's my goals will be accomplished when your goals are accomplished. Although everyone believes at this point, including Rand himself, that if he is the Dragon Reborn, he's going to die. That's everyone's thought process. But it was the whole sacrifice of one for the many. Even though ironically it doesn't work that way. And no one knows it except for 3 women.
Interestingly enough, though, part of the issue about Rand being told over again he has to die preps Rand for the whole, we were talking about it before, that mentality of, well, that means he could be all in. You know, like there's no hope of life afterwards, so his hope is succeeding in his death. You know, so like the Klingon, today is a good day to die. You know, I mean, it's always a good day for Rand.
It's
you know?
Dying with purpose rather than dying without it. And in this case, whatever the guy's name was, I forget his name. The guy who kills himself. Like, warders wouldn't kill themselves. They would either give up on living or they would go berserk and attack something, like charge into the not Shale Ghoul. Somebody, I'm brain farting right now. The Blight, yes. They would charge in the Blight, intending to go fight somebody in Shale Ghoul or something, and then they would die that way. They wouldn't be like, time to slit my wrists. Like, that's not what you do. Like, there's other ways to do it. Like, you turn your anger and your berserkiness onto an opponent or a target, and then you go after it. Riding off into the blight, obviously a waste of a good warder, but would be more useful than cutting your own veins open and dying.
Yep.
Like, that literally, it doesn't do anything for even the warder.
Mhm.
So it doesn't make any sense. But at least having a goal, like Land's like, if I'm dying swinging. Like, I'm not gonna go the coward's way.
See,
Like,
one
it's
of
called
the things I think they completely messed up in this show is making the severing of the water ball. One of the things they've made that the effect of that be depression as opposed to rage.
Because they're supposed to become enraged, like hardcore.
Because rage is toxic masculinity, right? And depression is not, apparently.
Well, we can't have masculine warders because they have to be feminized, so they don't have that toxic trait. And obviously, masculine men don't serve strong females, so we have to demasculize them in order for them to actually fit our story. But she also goes on and says, like, you cannot tell me that he wasn't passionate as all get out when he was delivering the lioness monologue. And I'm like, why did you call it lioness monologue? But okay. And honestly, I didn't, because I didn't feel anything about it because, Stepan, that's his name. Yeah. I didn't care about Stepan. Stepan I had no build up to like want to like, was he kind of funny? Sure. No. Was he goofy? Sure. In a weird way, not like in a way I can relate to, but his appearances were usually humorous in nature, and his weapons were retarded. Did we on steroids.
See the same show?
No, I'm saying like Stepan, like he would be like smirking or playing around with Lan a little bit. He was playful, which isn't typically a warder thing. So from a viewer perspective, he's kind of humorous. I'm not saying he made me laugh or anything, but I'm saying he was a humorous type character. But they picked him as kind of like he's supposed to build some form of a, like, the viewer can build some sort of oh man, poor Stepan died, like we're supposed to care or something. Like that's what they thought they were doing. I'm like, you gave us like an episode and a half with this guy. I don't know why I should care about him.
Yeah, that's an episode and a half too much.
Especially for a character that, as far as we know,
that's 2 episodes too much.
Well, the thing is, okay,
that was 8 episodes too much.
You do need like when you do, let's say they had done a legitimate adaptation, right? Okay, you would need some new characters to fill gaps in, where he didn't write, which would happen. Like, obviously
on the lore you don't.
no, but like. Lan's not gonna, like, if he's walking into Tar Valon, he's not gonna, someone might go, "Hey, Lan, how you doing today?" And you go, "Oh, whatever, bro." Like, just people have casual conversations. You'd have to humanize Lan in some way. Say like Lan's not gonna walk around with the Terminator all the time in Tar Valon.
Honestly, I think he would, because anytime he talks to anyone when he's traveling with Moraine, he's like, "Answer her." Like he's not the kind of guy you just walk up and have a conversation with. He's
but around people like him, which would be the other warders, they might go, "Hey, Lan, how you going today?" And they, like, the way, just a casual greeting, Of course, remember, he is a person they would know as someone of significant respect. Just like in Lord of the Rings, whenever Aragorn is around other Numenorians, so to speak, they know who he is. They're like, "Hey," they want to talk to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying you have to have Stefan have a detailed bull crap like they did here.
He has a close relationship with like the Borderlands. Like when he goes to the Borderlands, he'll talk to them and stuff.
Yeah.
But if he's going up to like warders who have the same title, position kind of thing that he has, and he doesn't really know them, I don't see him having that kind of casual conversation.
The point I'm making is
he'd be more like, I'm going to go either scout or I'm going to be watching Moraine. Those are my 2 options.
Yeah. The point I'm getting is you're going to make other gap filler characters in an adaptation who are just there to be background, have little bits of conversation, or if they walk into a bar, they bring them a beer or whatever.
I mean, they had 2,000 of them to choose from. So.
Yeah, and the point I'm making is those characters will, like, like when you go into a bar, you don't just like stare at the bartender. You go, "How you doing?" Because you want to, and then you don't talk. I mean, or when you go to.
I'm not sure. I think Lan might actually just stare at the bartender.
Lan would go up to them and say, "I want 2 rooms. I want the horses taken care of, and I want a meal in a private zone." Then because of it, he's an intimidating person, and he has the coin, so they're gonna just do what he says, but they're not gonna want to be around him.
It's just the way people interact. Even the most distant people do casual interaction. It's just the way we're built.
You should see me in real life. It's great. I don't talk to anybody. but,
Nice.
But yeah, she's like, oh, this is a great monologue. And I'm like, not really. But then unraveling the patterns, like, yeah, these are the same people that say things like they castrated the men in the series because they show emotion, cry, etc. I'm like, that's not what we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
We never said, oh, they castrated the men in the series because they show emotion. It's just you're giving emotion to the wrong people. You go find the person who doesn't show emotion and give them emotion. You find the person who shows all the emotion and take all the emotion from them. Like, you're just doing the character poorly. That's literally it. If the character is done correctly, no one's going to complain about the character being done correctly. They might complain about the character because it's not the way they want the character to be done. But if the character's done the way the character is described, why would anybody have a problem with it being that description?
Yeah.
But then it's like, it's just stupid argument for people who, in my opinion, often have issues with emotions and feelings and think all men have to be the same. I'm like, men more or less are pretty similar to each other in a lot of ways. Not all men are stoic. Not all men are emotional. But you don't have to have, like, it's, I think the Wheel of Time has a plenty broad stroked like length of amount of people that have different traits, even amongst their own sex and gender.
We're not suggesting all men are the same. We're saying Lan is this, and in the show he is not this.
Yeah, well, it's like he's been
We're also
described
not
a
saying
specific
that
way.
The men in the series are castrated because they show emotion, cry, etc.
They're castrated because of the showrunners.
Well, in the show, he's not Lan, he's Stan. You know. So.
I call him Fran, but yeah, that works too.
Nice.
But he's like, you know, insert observation about toxic masculinity that I'm too tired to make right now. I'm like, it's always a jump to toxic masculinity. Why is it always a jump to toxic masculinity? Right. It's like, it's the same thing with like Hollywood. You can't criticize this movie. It's the most amazing thing ever. And they're like, is there, and like talking to a normal person, be like, is there anything you can criticize in Hollywood? If the answer is no, you're a cult. Yeah. And if the answer is yes, then what is acceptable? If you pick only the specific ones that you don't care about or you don't like, you're in a cult. Like that's literally how it is. Because if you can't question something, I'm speaking as a person who loves philosophy and uses it all the flipping time. You have to question everything, even the stuff I like. I have to question, because if I can't question my own stuff, how do I know I'm on the right side? Is what I'm saying about it correct? Well, I can't know that unless I'm questioning it. But if it's just toxic masculinity every single time, it's like saying, well, you didn't like the casting, therefore you're racist. It's like, or because the person A doesn't know how to actually act, B, they just don't fit the feel of the character, or a million other things that could happen for it. Like when they say we pick the best person for the job, I'm like, there's a million people better for the job.
Did you really?
Like it's like Henry Cavill versus Liam Hemsworth.
We picked the best person for the job after we had created all these extra requirements.
Yeah, it's like we picked the best person for the job after we made the actual target pool of options so small that it had to be these specific people. It's like you're telling me out of 1,000 people, that's the best person you could pick for the job.
If so, then that's not
sad.
Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah, that's wow.
So literally, how can you read The Wheel of Time and come away with the idea that being hard emotionally is #goals? I'm like, well, anybody who's ever actually read the book series and likes Lan, #goals. But we also realize from Rand's perspective that him going so hard, he goes beyond the necessary level of hard to the opposite extreme, and then he realizes that's the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like he realizes it's literally a character development point.
I mean, the whole point of the series, well, maybe not the whole point, but part of the point is that there needs to be balance between various sides,
it's
right?
Literally balance on everything. Balance between men and
women.
Balance
Hardness
and
emotion together.
Yeah. I'm really
right
bad at
amount.
emotion, but I got plenty of the hardness aspect. But yeah.
Mhm.
But so he's like, I honestly wonder if some of these people like forgot to finish the books. I'm like,
Yeah, like
yeah, did you forget to finish the book?
yeah,
Did you
well.
miss all the plot developments, the character developments? But then Tay Masrum, who's obviously getting piled up on, is like, again, this is more about how the actor is going to top that when Moraine dies. It just seemed to be a flaw in the system of Warder and Aes Sedai. I accept her answer that he was given the duty. It just fell out of place since there was never a scene like that in the books. Which, hey Bree, I honestly wonder if some of these people like forgot to finish the books.
Maybe Sarah Nakamura skipped that part 30 times or whatever.
30 times she skipped 14 or 15 books worth of content.
Yeah.
Wow.
I opened
mean,
the first page, I opened
and
the last
that's
page of the book, and I've done the whole thing.
I can read the series 30 times as well using that requirement.
It's really easy. It's not a hard
Yeah.
thing.
I just did it. Wow.
Boop, boop. Oh, I'm done.
I love this one here. It's
Which one?
This response from Jess at the Immortal Study it's a complete like 180 from their original point, right? Like
Yeah.
we're arguing that the stoic aspect, then when you do display emotion, it's powerful. But now that we've displayed emotion and there is no stoicism, it's less powerful. And this person is saying exactly that, but they're saying it as if it proves their point.
Let me go ahead and read it so that if anybody's hasn't read it or can't hear it. The shocked, quiet, despairing kind of grief can be much more powerful than the loud, wailing kind. Daniel is a fine actor. I am confident that he can convey the emotions necessary in that moment. Now,
Daniel is a very bland actor. Daniel Henney.
I don't know much about him, but
I've seen him in a bunch of other stuff.
I was not very impressed.
He plays himself in every role. He's very bland.
That seems to be a lot of the case now. Actors playing themselves.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that I thought as an actor and actress, you're supposed to have range. And if you have range, you can do more than one thing. But it's like Michelle Rodriguez plays Michelle Rodriguez in every film she's in.
Yeah, but she's good in it. You know what I mean? Like Robert De Niro plays Robert De Niro in every role he plays, and he's really good at it.
She only plays specifically her character type.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, typecasting is a thing.
But she knows how
individuals that do this for hours, unlike you white cloaks who do this for like 10 minutes and then give up.
Yeah, but the point is, Michelle Rodriguez plays her like she knows her role, so to speak. She's not going to go play like a highly dramatic role with our type of acting, you know.
Well, she doesn't go for the cutesy princess type character because she's like, that's not my range. My range is this character, so I'm gonna play what I'm good at. And it's like, fair enough, play what you're good at, but that doesn't mean you're a good for every role.
And I've seen Daniel Henney in Hawaii Five-0. He played the husband of the main female character.
Was he on Lost? I
don't remember that. He was in a couple of X-Men movies, X-Men Origins Wolverine, The Last Stand. He was in what the hell was that thing? Big Hero 6. And
I'd like to point out, Pips, that Nick Cage is only ever Nick Cage, and it works for him because he plays Nick Cage.
Not the bees.
Like every role he plays himself, but he has a range of himself at the very least.
Nick Cage has two facial expressions: intense and curious. That's all he has. Like he's intense or he's curious. That's all he has.
Well, I mean, it's like he has like the Nick Cage range, kind of like you have Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey has a bit of a range, but it's always Jim Carrey, the goofy, over the top kind of comedy. But he can also play a serious character, not very well, in my opinion, but he can play that serious character if he wanted to. So it's like there is a bit of range to certain things, but I just don't think that they're playing these characters. And as Gadfly, who's not currently here at the moment, but as Gadfly had mentioned, if you're emotional all the time, like every time somebody dies, it's not as powerful as when you're stoic all the time and then you become emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's more powerful. It's like almost like doing something so much all the time isn't as good as doing it and like it's specifically meant to be a shock value. Like you're trying to be emotional to the point where people are like, wow, I didn't expect that from this person. Well, if you want that effect, you by default have to be not that all the time to shock someone into being like, I wasn't expecting to hear this. So it makes sense that this rarity becoming a mainline emotional leeway is not going to fit in a character with that shock and awe. It's just not gonna. So Gadfly made an excellent point. But then Tame Masrum's like, well, that isn't how it's described when the bond is snapped, though, for any warder. But he's like, I'm trying to show you guys in the book. It says right here in the book. And they're like, no, toxic masculinity, emotions.
I like how Asmodean just sort of destroys Yellow Fringed Shawl's entire point in responding.
One at a time. Come on, one at a time. So Yellow Fringe is like, go read the Fires of Heaven again. Show me where it says that Lan flies into a revenge-fueled rage. Oh, wait, still waiting. Oh, right, he didn't. That's because it was transferred.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think Morel got the bond? It was planned. She had all this planned. It's not a death.
Although, an interesting point, I don't think Rand would do a rage outrage. I think he would do a very cold, deliberate, like focusing intent rage. You know,
Well,
like kind of how like Khan went after Kirk. You know,
that's what he does though. Because when we meet up with him again, it's explained how he just went straight as an arrow towards Morel and didn't care what the hell stood in his way. And he has tons and tons of new scars because of that. He just went and just fucked everything up that got in his way.
He was as reckless as possible, but in a destructive format. It was like, that's how he dealt with Moraine not being there anymore. Now, the funny thing is, the bond wasn't broken, so he shouldn't have that rage. That's him saying, this is quite literally Lan going out and saying, I lost someone important to me. He's pretty much the same way when he loses his mentor. He goes into a rage towards those responsible, aka dark friends and stuff. Like he loses it and becomes kind of reckless in that regard. And it's because of that it's like he's bound, like as Pip says, I might as well highlight this. Lan tried to get himself killed without breaking the strictest requirements of his new bond, which is true. But here's the thing. if Moraine is in his life for 20 years, that's a long flipping time. 20 years, and then she's just gone, but the bond's not broken because she didn't die from his perspective, because he doesn't feel the bond snap or anything like that. He doesn't get to feel the rage that a warder whose Aes Sedai does die. But he has rage because he lost someone close and important to him. So their relationship was like the most platonic you could possibly get, but they were basically like Moraine's one of the guys kind of thing to Lan. Like they're very closely knit to the point where if she asks him to do something, he's like, I'm not going to do that because that leaves you open and vulnerable to danger. But she's like, just do it. He's like, I'll do it, but I'm not happy about it. But even then, his only goal is to keep her alive because she has insights into things that will help him win his war against the shadow. So it's a full circle concept that apparently none of these Twitter people ever thought about. But then
Also, that would require reading the books.
30 times.
Mm-hmm.
His bond was.
Well, maybe there were some other books they put the Wheel of Time jacket on them, and they were actually reading other books. You know,
it was literally 50 Shades of Grey. With
Mm-hmm.
time on it.
It was
Or
the
fan fiction of Wheel of Time, like the one they used for Rings of Power, right?
I don't know if they actually did anything like that, because I'm pretty sure Bandersnatch would come like a hammer on him. But Asmodean's like, yes, his bond was passed, and he was compelled to go to Miriel, but he still felt the loss of Moraine. Not because of the bond, is my argument, but because of the loss of a close friend and a close companion for 20 years. That's my argument. I mean, if you have somebody close to you for 20 years and you lose them, it's not going to be an easy thing to get over. How he lost her is also a major thing. He loses her to a Forsaken, but it was like a sacrifice kind of thing.
See, I'm going to have to go take a look at the passage where they talk about, they have that conversation again, because I do think Moraine says, like, when the bond breaks, it passes to Miro. So I'll have to double check that, but I do think there is definitely, even if it's not the full extent of the warder bond breaking, there is.
Then if that's the case, then she put some severe
compulsion.
Well, not compulsion, but like severe something. She played with the bond hardcore to get that to pull off.
Yeah.
Because in order for it to transfer to Morel, she would have to have part of it already. So that way, when she's gone, it will automatically snap over. Because from Lan's perspective, he's like, I don't feel Moraine, but I feel somebody in the West. And I have to go. I'm compelled to go. She didn't have time to set that up. Otherwise, unless there's some really like weird, like a finagling where it's like, it's normally point A to point B from Lan to Moraine, but Moraine takes it and like bounces over
also,
like a third part.
One way I interpret it was Moraine always makes plans within plans within plans.
Well, she knew this was going to happen. She knew she was going to be going out. So,
but even if she didn't know this specific thing, she would know that Lan is more purposeful to the fight against the Shadow alive, not on a one-way quest to revenge of death. You know what I mean? So she would say,
she set up the bond before she was in Tyr.
And also remember, if I remember correctly,
so she set it up because she felt that the Lan's death would be too much of a loss for the light. And she set it up before they were in Tyr because she didn't have an opportunity after Tyr, after going through the red door, to then go and make a connection with Miro.
So in that case, my argument would be that the way the bond would be done then, instead of it snap, like, because the way I understand it is that when the bond snaps, it's like a rubber band slapping you in the face, and it just kind of pisses you off that it happened. But in this case, it's like that, but on like a personal level. Like I had personal feelings emotions we could feel about each other, and then that's gone, and it feels hollow. But in this case, it's almost like she smacks it over to Morel just at the last possible second, so it doesn't affect him that way, because if he gains that rage, it won't matter if the bond is broken and rage is the outcome. It won't matter if he's bonded to somebody else.
That's what the compulsion was for, because she gave it to Morel specifically because Morel has a history of successfully
re-educating warders,
recuperating, and
is that what they call it?
Morel is also a green, right?
Yeah.
So Lan would be in a mood to battle. She sends him to a green who would to put him on the front left. Like, in other words, she's like going to a green would align more with Lan's new desire to go right into battle over this rage of Moraine being gone, as opposed, theoretically you could have sent him to a. Who were the healers? Are those yellows or whites?
Yellows.
He specifically said, she specifically thought, okay, I got to send him to a green if this is going to work at all, because he's going to want to murder. He's going to want to murder someone.
She has to, because all of their Aes Sedai, except for like even Browns have warders, and they don't leave the library ever. So it's like the only option she has is a green. But Morel had some secrets that Moraine knew about. And thus she could basically keep Morel under her thumb in a friendly way and be like, you're going to do this for me because I know stuff for you and because we're friends. End of story. And then Morel's like, okay. But until Greens, like Pip says, until Greens actually go onto the battlefield and fight the Shadow, they're useless. They're literally useless because they don't do anything until they fight the Shadow, because they can't fight regular armies.
But we're in the time of the last battle, so they're about to be doing something.
But they don't necessarily know that. Like the Green Outlaws
pretty sure Moraine knows
forever.
That.
Well,
Moraine
knows that. I'm saying the Battle Aja themselves don't know that the last battle is just like on the doorstep. It's like, we could have a bad season here or there, and then it could get righted back eventually. They're just like weather in the regular world.
Well, I assume they know after the dragon has been officially declared, let's say.
Yeah, but that's also in a time period where even that's being officially declared, other ones have been officially declared, went on for campaigns for a year or two, and then were stopped. So remember, the whole concept is the White Tower isn't sold that he's the
Well,
one.
we're talking Moraine's
Much
motivation, though.
later.
We're talking Moraine's logic and motivation so much.
Well,
more than anything else.
she knows because her
Yeah.
whole life is dedicated to the last battle.
Yeah.
Morel doesn't necessarily know, and the green Aja is kind of useless as an Aja total because they don't have a war to wage yet.
Well, again, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not talking about. I'm saying Moraine knows it's coming. Moraine knows when she dies, Land's gonna be in a battle and mood, so to speak. So she sends him to a green who's also good at healing stuff, who she can trust. You know,
From
Like,
what
there's a
I
whole
understand,
logic there.
a lot of
Well,
the
is that-
greens are borderlanders as well.
Yeah.
And so a lot of them probably go out and do that
Help the
face the
Borderlands.
blight type of thing, but it's not really fully presented in the books. And then you also have the ones the
See that?
silly
I don't-
girls who want to marry their warder who become the greens.
I don't want to bring up my one major criticism
Or
of Wheel of
have
Time,
multiple
but,
relations with multiple men.
you know, I would have much rather, instead of having the Sean Chan in it all, seen parts where we see the Borderlanders actually fighting for their lives up there. You know,
That would be cool if they did
Yeah.
it right, but unfortunately we got a butchered Agomar and
well, I'm
all
talking about the
Greens
books.
are-
I'm saying structurally in the books, I really
Yeah.
can't stand the Sean Chan. I thought that was wasted space, and would rather have seen the Borderlanders up there a lot more. You know, that to me is
I
a
can
very
agree with that.
Well, the problem is the blight itself was quiet because it's that build up. It's the same thing with like, oh, we're gonna go attack the Pelennor Fields and Gondor, but we're gonna leave even larger force in actual Mordor. We're gonna hit them with 10,000, but we're gonna have tens of thousands more in Mordor ready to just pour out. They're
Well, they
build-
were.
it's
I mean,
silent building up.
they
And then
did.
Also, the Blight
the-
was sort of in a recovery mode after the Battle of Tywin's Gap.
Yeah, Tarwin's Gap put them back a little bit, so they had to be kind of quiet, and not much was going on in the Borderlands because they're like, well, we have a raid here and there, because obviously to make Trollocs you need to have men and women to breed into your monstrosities, but you're not. It's not like a political war because the Borderlands are more or less united against the Blight, so they're all friends with each other. They're on good terms. They're not playing the political game that the South is playing. There's not a whole lot going on from a viewer standpoint to what would be good interactions when the Borderlanders come south to like get a hold of Rand, and obviously Tenobia wants to get Davram back, but it's like when they come down, it's really quiet and they have to move a massive army without being seen for a long time. And then when they actually are found, he's like, why did you abandon your posts? Like, it's literally your one job. I'll put you back there right now. Open support a gateway and lets them through. But there wasn't much going on. All the political intrigue is down south. All the action, all the story is going on down south and on the west. It never makes it to the Borderlands. Sean Chan don't go to the Borderlands. If they did, that'd be an interesting development.
Well, I would have rather them not go anywhere and have been in the book at all and seen more of the Borderlanders, more of other people. You know.
Yes, but the Sean Chan adds this actual cool thing because it's like the Sean Chan are its own continent way over here on the west, and then you have the Trollocs pouring out in a much larger way. But the Sean Chan have this new. They have this new weaponish type thing, aka the one power that they use in battle, which is basically the Sean Chan bring the equivalent of the Dreadlords to the
Well, we don't have enough like between the Aes Sedai, the Ael, brain escapes me, whatever they're called, between the Ashan Almir, between the
Athon Emir,
Ashan Almir, and then the Ashaman. I mean, look, I don't want to turn this into the whole like what. The one thing I even wanted to every time I've ever reread Wheel of Time, I skim through the parts with the Aiel, except where it involves Matt or when Rand kicks their butt. That's the only time I just.
Yeah,
it just
but
seems.
the Sean Chan weren't a Sanderson creation, so Robert Jordan had something he wanted to go with that, and maybe Sanderson didn't do it to the best abilities, but he had enough notes about that because apparently they were a large enough plot point that it was going to eventually filter in one way or the other. So it was going to have to get there at some point because you can't just have them invade and just be like, oh no, we lost a couple hundred guys or a couple thousand guys. We're going to just leave now and never come back. That ain't happening.
I'm not one point I'm saying is I felt that there was enough forces and cultures at play that had Jordan never brought them in to begin with, it would have been a more productive,
True, but they wouldn't have the mass they would need to fight the last battle if they did.
The whole last battle was just a holding ground until Rand did what he did.
I know what I'm saying is that when you have millions of Trollocs pouring out and you don't have the millions of manpower in the south to fight that.
It's like when Aragorn led the army of Gondor to the border of Mordor. They were outnumbered by millions, but the goal was just to keep Sauron pointed the wrong way. I mean,
that was the goal.
I think
but at the same time, if they succeed, Sauron loses his grasp on all of his evil forces, who will then be like fleeing in terror because their big bad boss just got wiped. They'd have no one to lead them. What are they going to do?
A better use of the Seanchan would have been if the ones from Shandar came to the last battle as reinforcements for the forces of Shadow. Similar as how the Sharons did, right? Because as it stands, like there's just it feels a little bit ragged, the story with them.
I feel like
as it has resolved, but I feel like they were being built up as a big antagonist.
Wasn't that
the point he was going to be something
with them afterwards? If Jordan had lived, he was going to write about the Seanchan after. Someone said that to me once. I don't know
if they were to be one of the antagonists, then the whole Matt Tuon connection sort of feels weird.
Yeah. I mean, if he's supposed to marry the daughter of the Nine Moons, and he gets married to the daughter of the Nine Moons, and is like, well, guys, see you later, and then just goes off and just whatever, doesn't make much sense in the plot point. But also, if you have Shara and you have Seanchan, they kind of cancel each other out when they add in, like, Shara joins the forces of the Shadow. They show up and they fight. Seanchan shows up, joins the forces of light. Kind of like an extra thing in this regard. But even when, like, the return of the Karen is coming over, they kind of establish a little bit, they get pushed back, and then Tuon shows up with the following Karen. See ya, Pips. Charge your phone, dadgummit. Then when Tuon comes back with the second part of the Karen, they take over Altara, then they start moving into Terabon and all that type of stuff.
Amadicia.
Well, okay. So let me if they had done more.
There's more and more ships coming over. There's more and more people. They're becoming a more populous military force. They're also bringing over their settlers to actually settle in this area because they're like, we're here for the long haul. So more ships are coming, and there's always more troops coming, but it's a long freaking trip. But they also have to keep order in their own place because also Civil War breaks out because the Empress dies and they don't know that Fort Chiwona is around. So the plot points that are as they are make sense the way they are. Could it have been better? Maybe. But
maybe if it started better with if the Seanchan first showed up as traders, for example, trading materials, and you saw them being involved, you're like, who are these mysterious people? And they built up, and then maybe they interacted with Team Rand, I guess we'll call them, and had some sort of impact, like help them out in some ways, hinder them in others, and then we see one Seanchan being sent back, like we have to tell the Empress about this or whatever, like the time of prophecy is at hand, or however you want to say it.
The problem is that the Seanchan came over with the assumption that the people on this side of the ocean were going to hold to their oaths and still remember them. But also from a tactical
that still could have been true, but it was like to me, the Seanchan slowly showed up to be yet another army to fight, and then at the end to just throw all of that away to just fight at the same time in the last battle.
The problem I have with that is that, one, tactically, they'd lose their advantage of a surprise attack before defenders can actually rally if they do that. Two, they did bring people beforehand. They had seekers and stuff going about learning things and spreading misinformation.
But we learned that after the fact they had arrived. In other words,
yeah,
I would have liked to have seen them doing that from the very first book, and we're wondering who these other characters are.
From the first book?
Ooh. I mean,
in other words, just introduce one of the characters, for example. He's an undercover Seanchan, and you're like, who is this guy? What faction does he represent? And just build it up slowly and have him actually help out. Like maybe he drop some lore that they don't know about from the time about the Hearthwing that they would have known. Like make it involve them more in the story to be other than army that returned. Like you said, they forgot their oaths or whatever you want to say, but they just showed up I started thinking as like the Shadow 2.0. I mean, another army for one of the heroes to fight or deal with, and it like I said, you had the White Cloaks 1.0, White Cloaks 2.0 was the Shadow in the way in my head, and then White Cloaks 3.0 was the Shan-Chan. Like yet another army to fight, and like I'm not saying you could have.
Well, that's also part of the drama aspect, though, because Rand's frustrated with Shan-Chan because he's trying to focus on the Shadow. He's trying to unite the continent, but then Shan-Chan's like, no, we're the true rulers. We're the true line of Arthur Hawkwing. We're the ones who conquered this continent. We conquered another continent, and now we're coming back to reclaim what is rightfully ours. And then we're going to be the ones who fight the Shadow. That's their plot point.
Okay, here, I'll give you a good way of thinking of this. In BattleTech, when they invented the clans, someone pretty rightly figured out that they have an in for this with the Wolf Dragoons, who have been around for all BattleTech storyline, and they work them in as having been scouting for the clans, and so forth. They very creatively retconned. They didn't change anything what the Wolves had done. They just added a layer of lore onto it, right? So what I'm saying is, like, I would have liked to have seen the build up to the Shan-Chan to tie them more into the story, other than just yet another army. Like.
To be fair, that's really difficult to do though, because they show up almost in the very beginning of the series.
Well, have the big army show up later.
Yeah, the big army does.
The big army
that invasion to that one area, was it?
You don't count Falme?
Falme was like a scouting party, essentially.
Yeah.
It was like 1,000 troops. That's not a big army.
No, but have that scouting party show up a couple books later. Have them first show up as just with some characters infiltrating. Just tie them in. It's hard to explain.
It fits world building wise because the White Tower hears about these mysterious strangers and kind of blows them off. It's like, oh, that's not realistic, because where they land in Falme isn't owned by any ruling nation. There's no like outbreak of uproar in the political sphere. There's no kings, queens, or whatever councils pleading with the Aes Sedai to come protect their towns. Like, it's the perfect location to invade as a starter zone, and then go forth and say, "Hey, go tell everybody to remember their oaths and that we're coming."
Well, the other thing as well is the information about the Shan-Chan gets incredibly muddled everywhere else in the world because
Lines of communication.
the first bit with under Turok comes in and gets defeated after a very short period of time, where they were very controlling of information in the first place. And after that, you have the outbreak of all the various dragon-sworn groups and brigands and bandits. So the whole area just becomes a morass of uncertainty, and so people not knowing about the Shan-Chan becomes incredibly understandable at that point. And so nobody's able to, despite Joffrey Bornhold's efforts, nobody really has any idea of what the truth of any of these rumors are, because information is so scarce, right? And so that's
It
what
sounds more like a
allows
rumor than a truth.
And also, if we
that's what
ignore
allows the main force to come in, right?
if we ignore the Falme invasion, which more like Scout Party,
Which the Falme invasion was required for Rand to fight Baalzamon in the sky and the Horn of Valir to be used. So that's also a plot point. So you can't just remove it.
Yeah, but then if we ignore that one and only count the actual invasion as the later one, where they, I think, go to Abu Dar first.
Abu Dar is the first one.
Yeah.
Well,
before that, we do
take
see a lot of
Island,
Adianin's spy
They took
stuff.
Tremalking first, I believe.
Yeah, but that's not on the mainland, so that doesn't count.
It's right next to it. It's okay. It's
Yeah, but no one
underwater.
goes there except for the Athan Mier.
And the people that the Athan Mir are watching. But yes.
Yeah.
But like the only people we see in the Shan area, we get Aginin, we
Mm-hmm.
get Suroth, we get Turok, a couple Suldam that become usable later on for Matt's plotline, and obviously Tuon, and what's Tuon's bodyguard's name? I want to say Felicia, but it's not Felicia.
I have no idea.
She's got big, huge tracts of land.
Oh,
yeah. I'm trying to remember her name, but I can't.
Remember her boobs, not her name. Yeah.
That's how Tom remembers her. That's how Julian remembers her.
Yeah.
That's how everybody, even Oliver remembers her that way. But I can't remember her name. It's slipping my mind. She's not a main character, but we see her a lot because she's with Tuon all the time. But those are the only ones.
Solucia.
Solucia. Yeah. Thank you, doll. But those are the only ones we like know. Everyone else afterwards. I mean, eventually the leader of the Death Watch guards, like we learn a little bit in those areas, but they're not a whole. There's not a whole lot in depth of the Shan Chan back lore, because they all know each other. They're not going to ask each other about lore because they're all Shan Chan. They already know it. But the newcomers don't really want to get to know them, or the people that they're interacting with, like the Ebudar, the Altarans, the Amadisians, the Terabonners, everyone on Randland continent doesn't really want to get to know them. They want them gone because they have their power in their areas, and they want, like, you guys buzz off. This is my territory. Every political power, every king, queen, council, anything that has ever controlled the territory isn't like, yeah, I'll just give this area up. You can have it.
That's one of the central narratives of the story. Like we talked about it with the Aes Sedai being everybody's in their own little faction and their own fighting for power. And that's the same with the nations. All the nations are focused solely on their own interests, and none of them are looking towards the greater threat. And that's Rand's frustration with all this stuff. He's trying to unify the continent to face the Dark One and face Tarmon Gaidon, but everybody is looking out for their own interests, and so he's struggling with this. And the Seanchan, the Shan Chan versus the continental individuals is another aspect of that, where the Shan Chan are like, this is our right, this is our land,
we were here
our obligation, and all the other people are like, no, you guys, you're gone. Like, Arthur Hawkwing is no more. You people are just strangers here. We want our power and our culture and our whatever, and nobody's really cooperating unless they feel like they're getting one up on the other people.
It's almost like if you had the scenario of like the Revolutionary War between Britain and America, where Britain comes over, founds a whole bunch of stuff, and then goes back. But then in Britain, like after they're doing the war and everything, they settle over there trying to take the colonies. Let's assume the colonies lost the war and Britain places over there, but they lost their connection with the previous one because they're so busy over here. And all of a sudden the Brits show back up in Britain and find out that Scotland, Ireland, and everybody else is kind of like taking over the British side. They're like, no. This was our area first. So we have the rights to government, even though there's a whole new government, there's a whole new king, there's a whole new everything is different. They'd be showing back up saying, no, this is our birthright because we're the original English, we're the original British. And it's a good dramatic effect. It's a good world shake-up effect. Like the Sharans were kind of just like a last-minute addition, but they're a good addition because it's like these guys have been silent for thousands of years and only did minor trading at the gate outside of their the little border town outside of their territory. Now we're learning a whole bunch about them. It'd be nice to learn about them, but we didn't have much to learn about them because they don't let people in. And in the same way, the Shan Chan are just like, no, your goal is not to learn. Your goal is just to be ours, and then that's it. So I can see why it would bother you, but I also understand that the way the story is constructed, it would have to be completely reconstructed from the beginning in order for that to more or less make sense. But Asmodean was like, the snap still happened. He still had to deal with that. It was the only compulsion out on him by Moraine and Morel through their respective bonds that kept him from writing. And then Tame Mazur was like, you're correct. I wasn't arguing that. I was just saying it wasn't as devastating as other warders because of the passage. I'm like, this is true, because if it's not a direct, like, you feel the full weight of this, it can go somewhere else. And he could still be bothered by it, but not feel the full rage that happens. But then, of course, Sarah has to jump back in. It's like, again, the whole thread started because you felt it was out of character for Lan to show that level of emotion. I don't know if that was his argument. His argument was that you put it in a very weird place, a very weird time, and all of it was inappropriate for Lan's character.
Also, I think it's actually exactly the opposite of what Sarah.
Well, I think he was saying, you had Rand do all this extreme emotion, so how is he going to react that's even stronger than that when Moraine dies? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
it's
we all said,
because it's like, oh, I cried for her the same I cried for some guy who committed suicide.
Yeah.
Like that's not the same level of grief. It's like saying, well, this person who I in the book series probably has never actually met dies after seeing him like once. I'm gonna sob my eyes out for this person. And not to mention, like, I don't even agree with necessarily the professional mourner or whatever the head mourner where they mourn. The head mourner is somebody who knows the person very, very well. There's no ties to Steppen from Lan. They don't come to the White Tower. None of this has anything to do with Lan, and they're trying to force something. But even then, they're together for a couple weeks, coming to Tarvalon, and he's not like a brother with him. They're acquaintances and know of each other at best. And then out of the blue, he's supposed to care. So if you have a professional mourner who's being insincere in their mourning, then that's more of an insult than anything. In my
what does
opinion.
it say about the character of Steppen that his best buddy is a person he hasn't seen in donkey's years, and all the people around him don't really care all that much about him? None of the other warders are there with him, right? Like,
well, we know how he felt.
Well, no, in the show, we know that Moraine was at the White Tower at the very beginning during the interim monologue.
Yeah, well, I know, but the idea that none of the other warders seem to show any care or respect for Steppen speaks a lot about Steppen as a character. It makes it seem like none of the
sad.
It makes it seem like he's a loser and a jerk and a asshole.
Well, he always
nobody
was a
likes
loser,
him.
remember? Because
Yeah,
his Aes
exactly.
Sedai pulled him out of the drink and gave him a purpose.
And without her, he was nothing.
well, we talked a bit about this before, where basically Moraine and Rand were basically disappeared for almost 20 years. I think the show writers who don't know that, right? You know, because they haven't read
All
the
of
book 30 times.
Yeah.
Are trying to portray Lan as the leader of the warders, basically the one they all look to. You know,
Yeah, the one who was never there.
now he might have a lot of respect because he's Lan, but he's not. I don't think the warders even structured like that, where he's the leader of the warders.
Warders don't have leaders. They just follow orders of their Aes Sedai. Their Aes Sedai are more of leaders than any other warders.
Yeah.
It's just he has a lot of weight because of his background and a lot of things. So if he showed up and told warders to do something, they wouldn't do it without their Aes Sedai's consent. That's the simple of it. But I can give you a reason why Steppen felt like a loser. It was because his only option to survival was literally becoming gay for another Aes Sedai's warders. Like he was like, I'd rather kill myself than become gay. And that's a great, that's a very progressive Amazon plot line that they really gave it their all on showing that how being gay is so bad you should kill yourself instead because progression. So, but then she's like, not because you felt like it'd be a hard moment to top emotionally. That's literally what he said. It'd be hard to top.
Yeah.
It's fine to dislike a choice made for a character, but what that character would or wouldn't do can be. She stops.
Yeah, I mean, making coherent sentences is not a strong point of these types of
Bold
people.
if you assume
probably.
she is versed in the coherent sentences, considering she wrote for Winter Dragon.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. She's not.
But then Tame Mazur was like, "Oh, I wasn't allowed to expound because of the character limit." I don't know. That's a question. Glad I'm getting these rules down. Thank you.
Isn't there a little button or whatever you hit that you could just make like sub posts or something now?
Don't know.
Like
I don't use
thread or
Twitter.
whatever? I have no idea. I think there's like if you clicked on this specific one, you could respond specifically to this one, but then it would create a branch and a branch and a branch and a branch different from this.
Well,
branch.
there's a thing when you post a tweet where I don't know if Elon put it in or whatever, but like let's say if you want to make a tweet thread or something like that, you'll get like the first 10 posts in your tweet thread will be yours. You know.
Yeah, but then she's like,
when they did the Twitter files, that's how they did those linked posts. They used that.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I know Discord recently did the thread thing. Recent months, and I hate it every moment of it. But I also like it because it lets me organize conversations, but no one ever follows the conversations in those threads, so it's just like pointless. Every thread is literally a general thread. But she's like, "Sir, I think I've validated how you feel about the choice made."
What does that even mean?
I don't know, because the only thing she's validated about him is that he's a bad person because he didn't like how they did the character. That's the only thing she's validated about anything. It's like, but what many of you do is say so and so wouldn't do that because we have evidence that they wouldn't do that. That was out of character for XYZ because it is out of character for them to do that because we have evidence of such thing.
Almost as if objective reality is a thing.
Well, she's jumping into the whole relativity concept. Hi, Sissy.
Yeah.
And she's basically saying
not to be confused with physics relativity, right?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking like moral relativity as opposed to objective morality.
Yeah.
So moral relativism. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. It just means that it's good for you, but it's not good for me, and this is good for me, but not good for you. But that's okay, and it's like.
And the whole my truth, your truth, etc.
Which is stupid because there's only truth. But the best part is that they're saying it. This is how we want to do it. You can't have it. Then they call us the gatekeepers.
I mean,
we're the gatekeepers because we want to hold to what actually was written for the story.
I prefer to be the key master.
Depends on how big your key is. But
all the keys,
it's this concept where it's like, oh, well, they take the concept behind enjoyment to quality of something made. It's like somebody like when Star Wars came out with their trilogy and they're like, oh, this is great. It's good quality content. And we're like, objectively, it's not. And they're like, that's just your opinion. I'm like, that's not how objectively not works. There's actual like standards, cinematographically wise. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, no, but those standards are they're racist, so they don't count.
Yeah, but they're like, okay, you got the writing was screwed, the acting was the choreography for fight scenes. Granted, they were risky fight scenes because they're trying to do like one big wide pain fight. It's difficult to pull off. Just do a couple reshoots until you get it right. Somebody will get it right eventually. But if all those types of things were done pretty poorly, and there's obviously plot issues in those specific areas, but then you have the armor or the gear they're wearing or how they treat like lore characters and stuff, all of that subjectively just falls flat on their face.
Well,
so it
other things like integral design, the herons on Tam's sword being on the hilt, those
have to be there for it to burn into his hand.
Yeah, twice and twice he shall be marked, right? Like that's, and so when they take that and they just put it on the top of the blade, it's like it's just.
I mean, to be fair, there was a heron also on the top of the blade.
On the top of the blade? You mean on the pommel?
No. You have one on the. Well, one, maybe two on both sides, but you had a heron on the hilt, but also on the blade.
Well, it's supposed to be on the blade and on the hilt, but it's supposed to be on both sides of it. So
Yeah.
when he holds it in whatever hand, it's gonna burn his hand either way. Like he's supposed to be literally twice marked, aka double hand burns of Heron, and then he's supposed to get double Aiel chieftain tattoos for He Who Comes with the Dawn tattoos. So he's supposed to be twice and twice as he marked. Then they're just like, we're just gonna ignore that and just put it on the blade. And they're like, but then you just literally killed half the prophecy. What are they gonna do? Some weird thing where he trips, falls into a puddle, and it burns his hand on a Heron image that's in a puddle or something? Like
He
It
grabs
grabs a blade,
with his
yeah.
hand.
Exactly.
he claps it.
Well, they don't care about the prophecy. I mean, they're already playing with the fact that they're going to have more. Either
Prophecies are unreliable.
they're either going to get rid of Rand,
It's
or
the
they're going to have
prophecy of
like
the
five Dragon Reborns, like they were claiming.
The soul thing is even stupid because he clearly states how souls work in the universe, and they're just throwing that out like it's no point. I just love how
they just don't care.
I just love how Sarah responds with kind of like this, like she thinks she's being satirical or sarcastic, but it's not the good kind of sarcasm. It's not the funny kind of sarcasm. It's this. I'm going to talk down on you because I'm in a position of more information on what's going behind the scenes. So I'm going to kind of punch down at these guys who are asking legitimate questions. Like if she's this consultant and she's also the bridge between quote unquote fans and the quote unquote showrunners, well, then obviously we have to ask her questions to get them heard by somebody else, whether it be Rafe or somebody else. It's like, we want to be able to have this conversation. Why did you do this? We need to know, because if you have at least a decent reason for it, then it's like, okay, maybe I could grant you that and put one item to sleep, but you can't even do that. So you don't have any ground to stand on from what our perspective is. So she's like, sir, I think I validated how you feel about the choice made, but what many of you say is so-and-so wouldn't do this. That was out of character. That's fine for you. But the point is that for others, it's totally different. I enjoy discussions, but my gosh, it's like, you don't enjoy discussions if this bothers you. He's being completely polite to you the entire time, so you don't obviously enjoy the conversation.
Well, no, disagreeing with her is not polite in our view.
Yeah, because you're erasing her truth.
It's not fawning with praise.
That's
the issue.
Well, because she's the expert who got hired, so she must therefore know more stronger opinion than him.
I want to see a debate.
It's elitism, and I absolutely hate it.
I want to see a formal debate, like find a debating thing like Modern Day Debate or something on YouTube, and then be like, all right, Dane Bornhold from the White Cloaks versus Sarah Nakamura. Just watch that just turn into a bloodfest. It'd be great.
I'd watch that.
It's like Robert's Rules of Order, It's like
it's like, you're not allowed to butcher your opponent. Dane's like, well, I'm out. I was about to just butcher her so hard. But it's just like, there is no contest in the book category. I wish we had a Tom Shippey for Robert Jordan. I really do. We don't really. Like, we have a couple people who are really knowledgeable on, like...
Well, it's developing. You got to give it another 10 years. I mean...
Yeah, but now it's...
But in 10 years from now, we're going to have a bunch of, like, purple-haired
Exactly.
scholars.
No, there's people out there who are legitimately interested in stuff. Plus, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I mean, Wheel of Time has not had the literature impact that Lord of the Rings has had. It just hasn't.
It's up there with it. It's below it, but it's up there with it, and it should be better than Game of Thrones. It should be higher than...
Well, it depends how Martin finishes A Song of Ice and Fire. That's so. Right now,
he's not going to. It's not
I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm just saying.
Even with what was written, like if we compare what was written so far, Martin's just not as good of an author as Jordan, in my opinion.
Oh, he's not as good a writer as Jordan.
So
but
his
Jordan
work should reflect his skill, and Jordan was fantastic, despite me not necessarily agreeing with everything he did.
But
he did write a more complete world with more variety and more intricity than Martin ever did. Martin's very repetitive about his stuff. Well, yes, but I'm saying, like, even if you read a book after book, it's literally murder, backstab, political intrigue, murder, backstab, political intrigue, murder. It's like, it's just copy paste the same thing over and over again, and we don't get anything of value.
I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is, Tolkien finished Lord of the Rings. He finished The Hobbit. So there are works in the context that they're finished. Like Jordan's honestly can't, or even Martin if he hasn't finished it, for to use two popular examples, can't get to his level because they didn't finish what they started.
Yeah, but Jordan was way ahead of Martin and everything.
Well, he's ahead of Martin for sure.
Publishing.
He'll be ahead of Martin. Yeah.
Run with Robert Jordan, even though he had plenty of books out before Martin ever came out with his one.
Oh, I prefer.
I don't know how they picked Martin.
My favorite thing Jordan ever wrote is his Conan book. I like him more than Wheel of Time.
I haven't got to read it yet.
That's how I found him. I went looking for more Robert Jordan Conan books, and I was like, the clerk said, "Sorry, Matt." I was like 12 or what? Oh no, was it 20, something like that? He goes, "Sorry, Matt, that he don't write any more of those." But he did write these other book series. Started about a couple of years ago, called Wheel of Time. I'm like, yeah, I'll give that a shot. I bought the first 6 of them, read them in like a week, and then read them again and again. So
I got them in a garage sale as a kid. And I went to
Nice.
the garage sale to the neighbor next door, and I got for like 50 cents a piece.
yeah,
Great, best
Yeah,
purchase ever.
yeah. But
Yeah, a friend recommended it to me, and then I borrowed 2 first books from the library, and then after that, just bought the entire series at once.
I was gonna say you got sunk into that. Then it's like,
yeah.
hook, line, and sinker.
It kills me. Like another author who had a great work, Roger Zelazny. He never finished the Chronicles of Amber. That like of the incomplete works that I think of, probably Chronicles of Amber is like the number 1 out there. Then there's something called The War Against the Catordo. David Gerald is still alive. Is technically still working on it.
Technically.
Yeah. Well, no, he'll post pages from it. Yeah, he writes like 1 page a month now.
That's 12
That's-
pages a year. Is not a lot.
not when the books are like longer than Martin's books.
Hey, Gadfly, when you write your essay dissertations or anything, why don't you just write 1 page a month for your entire semester?
Yeah.
See how far you get. You'll graduate probably before you're dead, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, for an MA, you're looking at, on the low end of page count, 50 pages.
Mm-hmm.
It's more than Martin can write.
Yeah.
Now, I know I spark a lot of controversy because the death of the author and all that kind of stuff. I know this is heresy. I don't really think that highly of Harriet in terms of the content of the Wheel of Time. Like,
I blame Harriet entirely for this TV show.
Yeah, I would. Well, maybe not entirely.
She is the
I blame her
gatekeeper
like
on his property.
40%.
I blame Rafe 100% and Amazon 100%.
But they couldn't do what they did if she didn't sign the
100%.
agreement.
Yeah,
You know what I
Amazon
mean?
has the other
True.
60%.
But she's okay with alterations, not necessary alterations, like unnecessary alterations.
Mm-hmm.
And as an editor of this series and knowing the ins and outs, or should know the ins and outs of this universe, she should know what is and isn't acceptable while staying within the property of the universe. She doesn't care. She's getting paid, and she's not editing anything as far as I'm aware, but she's getting paid off of all of the Robert Jordan selling stuff.
Yeah.
Like everything that's
Exactly.
being sold as Robert Jordan. She's getting all that money. She gets Amazon money, good money. She's older. She might not live for another 20, 30 years or whatever. So she's just like, I'm in retirement essentially at this point. So I don't care. And I don't like that because even Tolkien in his last years was like, don't you touch my stuff.
Well,
Like-
the thing is,
Well, there's
Christopher
a,
Ward-
Even then,
reason
Christopher
why
was the same way.
yeah,
there's a reason
Well,
why the Tolkien Society removed Christopher Tolkien from his position as head of it before the Amazon stuff came out, because if he was there, they would have had to have fought. But I mean, like, I don't blame Harriet for not having the stomach for the fight. It's a massive fight when you're coming up against the massive corporate entities. So I probably would have fought harder.
well, I'm presuming
The
Harriet
issue
didn't
there
know-
is not so much that she didn't fight, but rather that she approved of it.
Not only did she approve, which probably she was under contract by Amazon to approve of anything they made regardless anyway, but she could have, when doing the rights to Amazon, she could have just said, hey, in the contract, you have to stay as close to the source material as possible, and if you don't, I keep the money, and you lose the series.
Yeah,
like, literally that simple.
I
put them into a corner.
I would have to look at because I think there's some shenanigans contractually with the Winter Dragon people and Sony and Amazon. So I think there's some like, contractual stuff going on there that she had no control over.
Yeah, but she's got to say something.
She came out and
that's what I mean. Like,
she likes the series. The eight episodes we have already, she likes them. I don't know how.
She knows her husband is like a maniac when it comes to people trying to change his work. The comic books and all that.
That quote of her liking the series is a quote that is attributed to her by somebody else in interviews and stuff. So
I've seen pictures of her on set. I thought with like Sanderson and other things.
Yeah, well, they invited Sanderson along.
Sanderson didn't care as much because he was being cautious about his series and stuff that he wants done, but he did at least speak up and say that's not a good idea. And sometimes they listened to him, and sometimes they didn't listen to him. Most of the time, they didn't listen to him. But even then, I wouldn't even say Sanderson's the authority on it.
No, not at all.
That he himself only pretty much ran with notes. Have a good one, doll.
But yeah, just I agree that she should have made a firmer stand, but I also completely understand just being tired of the crap. So it's weighing one with the other. And we still have the books. We will always have the books that if we have
the problem is that they use that particular phrase as a bludgeon for us. It's like, well, you guys have the books. You can always go back to the books. I'm like, but we want other mediums too.
But like, the question is, how long until they rewrite them?
Well, that's why I say I have my hard copies. They can't unless they do some serious.
Well, what happens when your house burns down? You lose all those hard copies.
Yeah, they might just send some mercenaries after you, like Wizards of the Coast did.
Pinkerton was going to show up at your house. But here's the other thing: is that if they had made the series at least slightly recognizable and more or less pulled as close to the Lord of the Rings treatment as we could get, even if they changed a bit of stuff, if they at least got close, it would have satisfied a lot of people. But the people that would always satisfy every single time. Well, the people who would always satisfy would be the normies, because normies don't have standards. They're happy with literally whatever. I know because my dad's one. He'll go see a movie. I like it. Literally the most worst movie on the planet. He still likes it. And it's like, I don't care if you like it. I care if it's a good movie or not, because that's how I like it. Is if it's good. If it's good and I don't care, then it's like, well, at least I can still say it's a good movie. It wasn't for me.
But the whole process for the past 15 years of film and television studios has been massively corrupt in all sorts of different manners and so on.
But like, if we say we want no, I'll put it this way: if they want to do a TV show, but they gave us the ability to make an anime of it, I'd be fine with that. Like, yeah, go burn your bridge. We'll have this, and we're gonna make it as accurate as possible. And with anime, we can go as long as necessary to literally do a word for word adaptation, because for one, it's drawn, so you can do literally anything that they have in the books.
And you don't have to worry about actors aging.
Does that too, because they're all voices. 3, you also have no like length limit. Like One Piece is over 1,200 episodes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you had 1,200 episodes of freaking The Wheel of Time?
1,200 episodes of Rick and Morty? No, thank you.
I despise Rick and Morty in every bone in my body. Not to mention the writers. But if you took the 20 minutes, the episodes of like One Piece, and you turned it into an hour-long episode of Wheel of Time, but animated, and then you just cut down to like 400 episodes or something, or 300 episodes, you could still fit pretty much the entirety of the Wheel of Time in that, and we'd at least have something that we can call our own, that is of a medium that we're not allowed to have because we're book clubs.
The biggest factor for me when I was hearing about the show, in me thinking this show is not going to go well, was when I heard it was 8 episodes. Because
I was a bit more hopeful at that point.
If they had done 12 episodes,
mistakes were made.
If they had done 12 episodes in the season, they could have covered everything in the book, no problem. But 8, I knew when it was 8, they were going to have to cut stuff down. It was like, especially coming after Game of Thrones season 8, when they went from 13 episodes or whatever it was initially supposed to be down to 6. It's like you're cutting over half of the planned story.
Honestly, even if it was 12 episodes and they ran for 15 seasons, you still wouldn't be able to do all the books.
Well, here's the thing. I did do a screenplay because I was so pissed at the series. I did a screenplay where I actually went out and wrote like a screen time thing where it says, this time to this time is this event of stuff. I did in 5 episodes what they couldn't do with 8.
Yeah,
Because
I think you can.
It's not hard if you're just sticking to the main actual skeleton spine of the actual story. You could fit quite a bit in. But when you take all if you take the mass amount of pages that are all descriptive.
Yeah, the descriptions, that's like a massive amount of
it turns into seconds on screen.
Exactly.
Literally seconds. You could go through 500 pages in an hour.
Yeah, but then you also have to consider though that there are the chunks where it's significant portions of time passed in very small passages, right?
The early books you can do that with, I think, because the characters are also largely together. You know, once it explodes in complexity and every character is doing
once
their
they
own
split
thing,
up, it's a lot more difficult.
That's where you'd have to have like 20 seasons worth of stuff to get it all in.
But like, for example, Perrin's whole thing, that takes ages in the book. But I think you could easily condense that in.
You could condense that quite heavily.
Very little, yeah.
Yeah, like his whole plot line with Fael getting taken and everything, you could easily condense.
Yeah, but if I'm seeing adaptation, I don't want it condensed. You know what I mean?
But
yes, but I would rather have it condensed and be true to the story than remove book material, put in Steppen, and get horrible Agilmar, terrible looking Trollocs, and then getting all that nonsense that has nothing to do with the story.
Books, though, the first 3 books, I think would be so easily done. 12 episodes, covering everything in the books with good detail. After that, then that's when things start getting far more complicated. Because that's when you have Perrin going off to the 2 rivers, Rand and Mat going to the Waste, and Egwene going to the Waste with Rand, but Elaine and Nynaeve going off doing their thing, and that's when you get some of all of that starts snowballing, right? And so that's when I think you would start making cuts in to streamline things. But those first 3 seasons, and so when season 1 was 8 episodes, when I saw that, I was just like, they're going to cut a lot of things, and they're going to
bastardize.
Yeah.
Well, that's essentially what they did. But like they're going to have to make a lot of alterations to cut down to 8 from 12 in my mind. And so when I saw that it was going to be 8 episodes, I was like, oh, okay. And then I started hearing about some of the plot lines, and I'm like, what? It like some of the stuff that they're putting in this sounds like it's coming from later books. Are they getting like season or like books 1 and 2 combined into one season of
Allegedly,
8
that was what they were
episodes?
going towards, but I don't know because the second season is supposed to be the second book compiled kind of with the third book, and I'm like, how do you do that in 8 episodes? That's
You
4
don't.
episodes. That's 4 episodes a piece, but then you're going to be blending so much storyline that we're not going to be sure. Like, you could have the Shan Shan popping up in season 2, and then literally
Each episode is 2
in
hours.
season 2.
Yeah.
Each episode's what?
Each episode's 2 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I would prefer if they were
Each
4
episode's
hours.
a movie, basically.
I mean,
That's
I'd be
the
up for
thing
that
is that like if
with
okay,
a proper writer.
my view of Hollywood is that Hollywood can show their how well they think something will succeed dependent upon how much money they invest in it. So if I'm investing $80 million or $90 million or $113 million or whatever for a season, it would make sense to be like, okay, I want this to go on, like I want it to be successful, so I'm going to give it more to work with. So you'd give it more episodes to do what you want, because if you're like, oh, well, I only think the series can be successful, it has 4 episodes in it, or 3 episodes, or 2 episodes, it might as well just become a mini series at that point. But if it's only going to be successful under those circumstances, well, then you're obviously showing that you don't think it can succeed as a grand epic fantasy.
Well, the other thing as well is when you hear that the Amazon execs and Jeff Bezos wanted their Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
It's like, if you want Game of Thrones, do
longer,
Game of
wasn't it?
Thrones. Like, if you want Wheel of Time, do Wheel of Time. Right? Like,
Wheel of Time
don't
is greater
make
than
Wheel
Game
of
of
Time
Thrones.
Game of
This is
Thrones.
not even a
They're-
dispute, really.
Like, they're very separate entities, very different thematically, structurally, all that sort of stuff. And so to me, it was like, okay, so what is it about Game of Thrones, particularly the show, that you wanted? You wanted
They wanted the
audience.
cultural phenomenon. Is what they wanted.
they wanted the sensationalism of the violence and the sex.
Well, Game of Thrones is a soap opera.
Yeah.
So is Star Wars.
You know, I'm not a fan of the Game of Thrones or the House of the Dragons. I mean, I watched Game of Thrones. The first 3 or 4 seasons were okay, but
Mhm.
First season was very accurate to the books. Like it
Yes.
was freaky how
I would dispute that. But because there's just stuff they took out of the
compared
books.
to anything else. Like
Well-
I mean, there were like every scene they had, I could remember from the books.
There
They
was
might
just
not
stuff.
have added as much as we'd like.
Well, there's stuff missing.
It was at least accurate.
I agree with you to a point. I'm not going to argue crazy over it, but they just kept cutting things out or shorthanding things or whatever, killing Selmy off, like you know, and it did. I don't consider Game of Thrones a faithful adaptation of A Song of Ice and Fire. You know, just like I don't consider this, but it's not an atrocity compared to this being an atrocity, or Rings of Prime being an atrocity. You know,
I would say the early seasons, they at least, like the first 4 seasons or so, they at least gave it as much of the Lord of the Rings treatment as they could, while still
I'm not sure
progressing.
about that. I think
Well,
it
I mean,
sort of starts breaking down at season 3 halfway through.
I don't know. I didn't watch much after season 1, mostly because
I fully admit the only reason I watched
I read the books, but
through season 3 was to see the audience YouTube reactions to the Red Wedding. Like the go look at the audience reactions to them killing off Ned Stark, and then the spoilers, people, if you're listening to this, and then to the Red Wedding, and when you knew it was coming, and the ones who didn't, like there's a black guy, I can't say it out loud, but he was screaming my bleeper Ned like over and over again for like 20 minutes because he couldn't believe that Ned Stark died. This black guy, he was like so into Ned Stark, you know. And then when the Red Wedding happened and people were like, you know, smashing their TVs on camera.
Nice.
it's like when The Last of Us Part 2 came out and people like pulled the disc out of their thing and just took scissors and cut it right in half because they hated it so much. And I'm like,
Rightfully so.
but no, everyone loved this thing. Clearly, when you have people all over the world getting really pissed and breaking it, they don't even turn it. They don't trade it in. They don't try to get money off of it. They don't sell it to somebody else. They literally destroy it. They hated it that much.
I did that once in the original Star Wars EU. Spoilers, people, by the way. When they had that turd, Jason Solo, go Sith and kill Mara Jade, Mara Jade is one of my 2 favorite Star Wars characters. And when they did that, I took all my Star Wars EU novels out to the barbecue and burned them. That was, I think that was like 40 or 50 books that I burnt on the barbecue. And to this day, the only Star Wars to me is the 7 movies, the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, and Rogue One. And there's nothing else Star Wars to me.
Not the Christmas
That's
special.
right.
Well, both Christmas. There's 2 Christmas specials. There's a Christmas special and a holiday special. I actually have both of them. Well, I mean, and Ewok Adventures I liked, and but I mean, as far as the EU stuff with the books and the comics, I just this stuff I enjoyed and all that. I love the Thrawn trilogy, but because they did that, and you got to draw a line. You know what I mean? And Mara Jade being murdered by that turd, the character I hate, like Ramsay Bolton's a character you love to hate, but then a character you hate to hate, like Jason Solo.
They kind of had at least reasons for it. Like, she was force sensitive, she could do some things with it and all that jazz, but she wasn't like powerful like Luke Skywalker or anything. So it like kind of makes sense that she wouldn't defeat him, but the thing is she acted and behaved irrationally or rashly.
No, it wasn't. It was him.
Did something stupid and got her killed.
But it was him. Like the fans hated him as a character. Not hated him because he was a great villain or whatever. They just hated him as a character. Like when Anakin got killed off in book 1 of in book 9 or whatever of the Jedi series, everyone was like, "No, that turd Jason should have." Literally, the message board lit up with, "They should have killed that turd Jason off." Everyone said that,
Yeah. Like, my 2 favorite characters in the Star Wars EU is Kyrkanos and Mara Jade. Those are my 2 favorites. And most people don't even know who Kyrkanos is, but he is freaking boss. And if you don't know who he is, go find him in the Crimson Empire comics. They are amazing. And he's like on a higher tier of badassery than like Boba Fett. Yeah. Like he's a whole nother level because he was a Crimson Guard. Yeah. And it gets wild.
Yeah, I love Ahsoka too from the old Clone Wars. Not like whatever they're doing now with the post KK.
Are you talking about the Clone Wars, the TV series, cartoon series?
Yeah.
See, I never got into any of that stuff, and from what I understand, it's so far from like Star Wars. I don't really see a reason to get into it.
No, it fits. I mean, Lucas oversaw it, so it kind of is in line with his prequel trilogy. He literally had drops from the movies in there. Like when someone asked him where Anakin got the facial scar, he said, "Watch the Clone Wars."
Yeah. I don't know. At that point, I don't know how invested he was in his own series that he created. So it's hard for me to be like, yeah, this is this way and that's the way he wanted.
No, he was very, even in like the outlines for the novels, like they would have meetings like with the Jedi series, and he was like, well, they asked him, we want to kill off one of the original characters, and he goes, kill off Chewbacca. He's the one who decided that, And then when the reason Anakin Solo was killed was because he didn't want any confusion between Anakin Solo and young Anakin Skywalker. He told them you have to kill Anakin Solo off.
Because people are too stupid to, keep people separated. Right?
Yeah.
They have the same first name. They must be the same person.
So,
exactly.
I am glad that he did, because that meant Anakin was the one who killed Mara Jade, which would have been worse because we all loved Anakin as a character. So, but again, the point I'm getting at is like these EUs and fan rage moments like we're talking about. That was what made watching Game of Thrones kind of worth it. It's like the moments are coming, and the people who didn't know it was coming, and they like stroked out on the internet. So,
well, there's while we're talking about killing people because they have the same name, well,
the other thing
is slightly awkwardly phrased.
Yes.
The reverse of that.
That's also one of a problem I have with Game of Thrones, where they just randomly rename characters to different names because they were too similar.
Oh yeah, Yasha and Yara. Asha and Yara. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. But the one thing I do have to say is I love seeing people encounter those moments I love in fiction as well. Like when Nerdporial was doing his read of The Great Hunt and seeing him reacting to the Ingtar moment at the end of the books, right? Like that was a moment that in the books I was just like, oh, this is
It's a
fantastic.
powerful moment.
And
No man
seeing
can walk so long in the shadow that he cannot again
vicariously
return to the light.
having that re-experience again was
I
great.
remember when I was watching Lord of the Rings in the movies for the first time, me and my cousin both went. And then when Gandalf was about to die, I was like, watch this. Let's see what the audience does. And when Frodo yells out Gandalf, the whole audience did it too. I started laughing because I know what was going to happen. And like, what are you idiot? This is a sad moment. And I'm like, I couldn't say anything. I don't want to spoil it for the movie only people. But
My time watching the Fellowship of the Rings in the theater, I was sitting there with my buddy, and it got to the moment where Frodo wakes up, and
Rivendell?
Elrond comes in, and I leaned to my buddy and I said, pretty loudly, "Welcome to Rivendell, Mr. Anderson." And that got quite a few chuckles from the audience. But I think there were also a lot of upset people. I don't go to the cinemas anymore because I was awkward when I watch stuff.
Well, I don't go to ruin for people, but because I was watching those movies, because I'm a big Tolkien fan. I mean, 150 times Lord of the Rings before I stopped counting. Because I love the book so much. But like when I went to the movies, I did not
closing it just like Sarah. Come on.
But when you go into an adaptation of something you love, and like I knew going into it that I want to like the movies, I'm gonna respect them, but I'm gonna have problems constantly with all the changes he made. So I respect the work, I enjoy it, but I don't love it. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of other adaptations, like we're just talking obviously about Wheel of Time. The moment when they have Moraine do the voiceover, the first sentence she says, I'm watching, and I'm like, did they read the same books that I did? That's what, like, not even in the actual narrative of the show. When she has that voiceover about men ruin the world or whatever she said. There's that 3 sentences. The very first sentence was wrong.
I mean, the intro also sounds super awkward, as if she's trying to speak like super fast.
Yeah,
many years ago.
Yeah, in Rings of Prime, when the first 17 minutes when Galadriel literally talks, fake Galadriel literally talks to the camera, right? Does non-contextual character exposition, doesn't mention Fëanor or the Silmarils even once. Like, as if she is the one who led them there when it was.
I don't know if they're allowed to because of the Second Age stuff. They don't have the right.
No, it's in the appendices. Literally, the opening of the appendices, they mention it, so they could they could.
Well, they also mention it during when Elrond goes to.
Yeah, they show off like Fëanor's whatever his hammer and all that.
Yeah, because that's how that works. Right?
And they mention the Silmaril because somehow planting a Silmaril on the ground near a Balrog.
Because the lightning.
Mithril.
That's how that works.
But
I mean, here's the parallels though.
I stopped watching after episode 5.
Bilbo's mithril coat is shiny. You know what also else is shiny?
Lightning?
Silmarils.
Oh.
Mithril is Silmaril. Boom! They even sound the same. Like, come on, don't you guys know anything?
Yeah, it's not as if Eru Ilúvatar, had the Valar create the world with mithril in it. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, no, that was the most like Greek mythological scene I have seen in that. I was like, "You're joking, right? There's no way this has anything to do with England in the slightest." It was bad.
Luckily, the series over because everyone died from the volcano, right?
Yeah, they all died.
That'd be great.
And there was much rejoicing.
I think in one of my 2 videos I did in the episode, I was like, volcanoes don't work that way. I just said volcanoes don't work.
Yeah, no, what the fuck?
Pyroclastic flows don't work that way. Come on.
Yes.
But yeah, I guess
everyone knows you just pour some water on lava and you get a massive explosion, right?
Well, I mean, in theory that could work, but the amount of water.
Yeah, but you need a pressurized chamber.
It's got to be like an ocean's worth of water in like less than 10 minutes. It's like.
I mean, to be fair, it was more like a Dorito factory exploding than anything else.
Yeah.
To be honest.
True.
So, Dorito factories in Middle Earth confirmed.
Somebody opened the largest bag of Cheetos.
And out walked Trump. But, but yeah, that was it for the Twitter aspect. That whole interaction really bothered me in terms of like somebody's asking an earnest question. Like, honestly, they're not slamming the show. They already said they're like, I'm not trying to hate the show or anything, but I want to know why you did something. And then the way they attacked him was like, it was super defensive. I'm like, why would you be defensive if you did everything right? It doesn't make sense to me. But
they don't respect these so-called people who claim to love the show, like Sarah, whatever, Nakamura. They like the people who do The Witcher. It came out they actually didn't like the material. They just wanted you to shoehorn their stuff in. I'm willing to bet Rafe and all, they don't care about Wheel of Time. They just want to use to shoehorn their stuff in as well. And
probably. Also, I think it's mostly maybe subconscious, an application of Marcuse's repressive tolerance idea, where as long as you disagree, you're against us, so you need to be shut down. And everyone who does agree, we need to uphold no matter what they say.
Yeah. It's also a bit of psychological sunken cost fallacy stuff going on there. Like I've invested so much time in this. This has to be a success. Therefore, if you're criticizing it, you're calling into question its success. Therefore, that's calling into question the amount of time, energy, resources I put into this.
But Jennifer Salke said that everything was a blazing success. Rings of Power was a success. Wheel of Time was a success.
Yeah.
Well, because corporations never lie.
The old phrase.
Yeah.
There's lies, damned lies, and statistics.
Yeah.
Mark Twain.
And normies. But yeah.
Those fall in the statistics.
Yeah. That was all I had really planned that I wanted to talk about. We went on a lot of rabbit trails, which I love. So I appreciate them. I don't know if you guys appreciate them quite to the level I do, but I do appreciate them because
it's fun.
Good topics. So,
we only took like 4 hours to discuss a single.
I mean, I have another 12 in me, but I don't think you guys do. So I'll let you.
No, I don't.
7 tweets and we did 4 hours. Hey, that's more content than Rings of Prime or Wheel of Prime had, though.
Can you imagine what would happen if Artarian was here too? It'd be another like 45 minutes per each.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, I still miss the guy. I wish he was here, but definitely would love to do this again, but hopefully under better circumstances, like when we see trailers for season 2 and everything. And I didn't do season 1, but
see, calling season 2 better circumstances is more back to that, Somalian warlord with the blue jean scenario. There's nothing better about season 2.
I'm saying better because it's more ammunition I have to poke at them.
Yeah.
It's more like,
I guess
your ridiculousness is becoming the sunken cost fallacy. You're becoming so ridiculous that you have to just sink more ridiculousness in it because you can't do anything otherwise.
It's ridiculous squared.
I was gonna say.
Well, I think we're
like
definitely a lot further than squared.
All right.
Well, that's season 3. At that point, Rand will be a woman.
If we get there, I think did they greenlit 3 already?
They started filming, I think, just now.
3?
Well, maybe not just now, but I saw a headline saying Wheel of Time season 3 has started filming.
I mean,
whether that's actually true, who knows?
Journalistic integrity? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Considering they already spent the money on this stuff, they'll be doing for this and Rings of Prime, at least through the original contract of the actors. Because you have to pay them anyway.
Exactly.
All right, gents. Well, I'll let you guys. I know that Gadfly and Sage have to head out, but I also can't think of anything else to talk about other than shooting the breeze about Wheel of Time. So,
if you want to watch something that's really good, From season 2 premiered. FROM From. I think it's on Epix. You can, all the alternate means can find it. It's a really good horror TV show.
Interesting. Well, let's go around the horn and let everyone do their shenanigans. So Matt, go ahead and plug whatever you'd like.
So my channel's Unbearable 73. I'm working on a review for episode 1 of season 2 of From. Plus I have I'm trying to work on my Star Trek Picard season 3. I have a couple more episodes to get through. Boom, 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 get through.
Set to stun.
And I drop some wrestling reaction videos, you know, like greatest moves in wrestling or whatever, every couple of days on my channel. You know, so it's at least that's more entertaining than most of the crap they give us now. You know.
Yeah. Cool. Mr. Gadfly.
Gadfly Fiction. I am on the Twitter and Instagram, although I don't do much. But watch the space. I'll probably be coming out with a channel in a couple months, because I seem to be going around a lot now, so may as well make the most of it.
I was gonna say I can always bring you on as a questioner.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm around. I exist.
We love
Nice.
having you around. You're always definitely an entertaining aspect that also is highly knowledgeable about stuff that I don't necessarily know. So it's always great. So I appreciate you, even if nobody else does. Mr. Sage.
Yes. I'm not really anywhere, really. So
He's an unknown person.
You're a real nowhere man, sitting
Mhm.
in your nowhere land.
yes,
Come on, guys, the song
He's
Beatles.
like he's
I
like
do
a-
live in Finland. That's right.
The Beatles,
It doesn't
nowhere
really
man.
exist, right?
Yeah.
Am I that old that no one remembers the
No,
Beatles anymore?
No, I remember Yellow Submarine.
Yeah.
Good
He's
film.
a real nowhere man, sitting in his nowhere and
Making
I don't
all
know that
his
song, and I
nowhere
brought it up.
plans for nobody.
he
Oh,
doesn't
my.
have.
I
My
was
answer
gonna say- I was gonna say he's just a gray man because every time somebody looks at him, it just slides right off, right past them. They can't see him
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, no, that's
I would listen to that song. My aunt sang it to me when I was a little kid all the time. Nowhere man. It was, even though it's not a lullaby, it sounded like a lullaby. You know.
oh. No, that's a bit.
I sing death metal to my kids, so I mean it works.
Well, I would agree to death metal too. I'm just saying that, you know.
All right. Well, thanks guys for hanging out and jumping in. I know it was a very short notice, mostly because I just saw it like yesterday or something, and that just threw me
And if
kind
you're
of
listening,
into a-
Pepsi, I will accept the endorsement of Pepsi products anytime you want. Anytime you want to drop them on me, man, send me one free 6-pack a month and I'll take it.
Nice.
That's impressive. You only do 6 a month.
Yeah.
Let's
yeah.
hope that pays off.
Let me know if they're going to back you. I want to see if I can get maybe Dr. Pepper to back me.
Yeah. We start getting a 6-pack per month.
I
Cheapest
do.
endorsement
Grocery
ever.
store. I know, right? That's the cheapest endorsement ever. Everybody knows. But yeah, thanks guys for hanging out.
Mhm.
I'm sure we'll have other ones pop up, and I'll try to give you a bit more headway next time. Anyway, on what's going to go down. But thanks for hanging out. Hopefully, we can get the rest of everybody else together as well, and maybe add more people. And got more content coming out, hopefully. So that's going to be fun. So, everybody, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys around.
Farewell.